Well, well, well. Know what time it is. Oh shit, there's a goblin that pops up here I need to summon. Ah. Nice. Okay. Now what the fuck were we doing? I don't even remember. Let's see here. Wait, what's my character's level? So we're level 20. I feel like I should keep that on, and then the beast bath I think is probably good. Yeah, that's good too. Looks like I took care of shit. Gotta get 25. Oh, I have a whole nother armor set that's 25. I see. So the goal is to get to 25, I suppose. I wonder if I could just knock that out in Dunes. I don't know how annoying that would be. But I feel like I have yeah. It's that'll be turning on here in a second, freak. Oh, actually, speaking of which. Hold on a second. Oh no. Can you hear me? Actually, hold on a second. I think my settings are off. Nah, I got audio coming through my headphones too on Discord. There he is. Look at it. I can tell by the quality of your voice that the internet's better.
Well, also not like Skull Candy cell phone.
Hey, look. Skull Candy aren't bad. Okay?
They're not. It's just, the microphone quality isn't quite as good.
And honest to God, if that's coming through Skull Candies right now, that doesn't sound bad at all. Like,
no, it's just a cheap Blue Yeti.
Oh yeah, even the blue. Actually, what's really funny? So I don't know what happened. I completely forgot about him, but like, I normally like watch a lot of the Linus Tech Tip videos, and they started coming up in my algorithm feed again, and one of them was like a Walmart build, and they had like a Walmart microphone on there, and I think it was like a $30 mic. Unironically, it sounded better than some of like the $100 microphones they sell. I was like insanely shocked. I would have loved to have that back in the day.
Eventually. Actually, I think my next upgrade, I need to go get like a mini Go XLR or something like that, and go upgrade to like an 8020.
Yeah, I mean, I still have it. I'm not using it right now, but for the longest time, I was just using like my Logitech like webcam, and I just used the audio through that. I think I think I did that one for like a whole year and a half of like streaming. What the fuck was I doing? Tutorial.
Oh, did you see the level 75 version of the Bounding Boots? I know you were camping them the other day.
There's a 75 version.
Yes.
I had
So
no
the
clue.
Unity thing that we had you get into and you earn the points for, well, you can spend those Unity points to pop NMs, and those NMs drop pieces of gear.
Oh,
And yeah, so there's one in South Gustaberg, and it's a lizard, and he drops level 75 boots.
interesting. How? I mean, I suppose like how useful. I I feel like I'm gonna get to 75 and blow right past it.
Oh yeah, most likely. You'll replace it as soon as. To be honest, you really don't want to worry about gear till you're 99, and even at 99, like your first set, you'll buy with sparks, unless you have, sugar daddy.
That's funny. Yeah. I figured it was gonna be the case like that. Because what is it? Like a lot of people. Well, wait, wasn't that like a big thing? Like a lot of people were doing like the relic weapon upgrades, but apparently that's like, apparently from what I read on the Reddit, on that big Reddit thread, they pretty much said like fuck your relic.
Well, see, they also said they were adding a new weapon, and everyone assumed it was going to be, and it was
The Empyrean or whatever it's called.
no the leaked weapon. It was kind of leaked, or people assumed it was going to be called the Dark Relic, so people assumed it was going to be an upgraded version of the current relics weapons.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
Mission am I on?
Oh shit.
Plan after time.
10 and then that. Oh, so I did never
Go
do
back
that.
to the Shattered Talent Point at Craig of Hollow, and then we'll be in. Oh, that's easy.
Say that again.
Oh, I'm just doing a couple of Rhapsody's missions to get a couple
Okay.
more key items, and then I'm gonna go unlock Puppet Master.
Oh, heard that. Heard that.
Because that's all this mule is gonna be. It's a Puppet Master to do login points and get, enough seals to do the Kraken Club fight, 6, 7 times a month.
Do people still try to farm? Is that like even a useful weapon anymore?
So especially Rangers, it's pretty much they call it machine gun build. You have to stack a lot of accuracy, but they're pretty much spamming. I mean, a lot of jobs can do it without the Kraken Club, but it really helps Rangers.
That makes sense.
Look at those Uber just walking around still instead of going back to just warp rings and teleporting directly to Valkyrie dudes.
Well, I'm trying to get. What is it? My combat region thing is. Well, that's super annoying. Why did I only get one? What is the defeat the requisite number of enemies in Valkyrie Dunes? So I just killed like 3 enemies and I only got one count for that? Do they have to be at like a specific difficulty or something?
They have to give you experience, and you're also not in Valkyrie News right now. You're in
Or not Valgrim.
Northwest Realms.
Yeah, Conchchat is what I meant.
No, that should just be easy prayer. Higher. They have to give you XP.
Oh, that's still a thing. Whenever they're shooting, at me, I still pause, I suppose. Oh, potion +3. You know, one thing that would have actually been really awesome.
I'm gonna offer you something. It's kind of technically abusing the game, but on Windower in the plugin section, if you enter the Konami code, you'll get an add-on called JA08,
What's that?
which unlocks the animation freezes. So when you're doing an ability or you're getting attacked, you won't be frozen in place.
Oh, true, true. You know
But
what I did do that is kind of annoying. I added the. It's not through. Well, maybe it's through Windower. I don't know. I don't remember. But the thing that basically, it's for like whenever I get like ninja and I end up doing like Utsusemi, like I don't get the blinking effect. But I noticed that like when I change weapons and shit, it doesn't actually change the weapon, and which is kind of annoying. Because I know,
yeah,
like,
that's what Blink Me Not does. So if you want to do that without using an add-on, if you do the gear macros, so if you go to your under menu, go to macros, and where it says Edit Equip Set, like you have go to page 200 and then click Edit, and then as long as you have a job that's high enough to wear that gear, you can pretty much do technically a glamour. But then once you actually make that equip set, like you know, it only changes weapons if it's the same type of weapon. But you know, once you do that, you can after you do that, you go ahead and do that. You can set or style lock on or something like this. Set style lock. It'll actually put you in that style lock where you don't blink and you can look however you want.
that's interesting.
So you can be running around on Paladin and look like a white mage. You know, have the white mage as long as you have
that makes
the
sense.
white mage leveled up and able to wear that gear.
Interesting. Okay.
That's Style Lock is pretty much Square's answer to Blink Me Not.
Yeah, no, that does make a lot of sense. Bitch, stop running away.
To be honest, I used to use well, the tool was called Clipper back in the day. I don't know if it's still available, but I used to use that. That was the people used to use it for movement speed hacking and teleporting hacking. I only used it for Clipper, and that was to pretty much turn no clip on to where I can run through anything, you know, any PC or NPC or anything like that. Square finally adjusted some of it because it used to be where you couldn't walk through even PCs if they were just standing still. Like you had to, you know how you remember?
Yeah.
You probably remember that how you'd walk next to them and you'd just be like running through, and then eventually you would walk through them.
Yeah, you had like a pause for a second.
Yeah, and that's what I used to use. It's just because fuck that shit.
I do remember, like, in larger crowds, it was kind of annoying. Bro, did you see the interview with Yoshi P? Motherfucker hates Final Fantasy XI. I'm convinced.
I think he hates 11.
He definitely doesn't like it.
Yeah, I think it's more of a hindrance to him because he wants to focus on 14 and 16 and moving forward. And 11's like 20 years old. He's like, why do I have to deal with this shit? Why do I have to dedicate, you know, even 5 people to the development team for that game, you know?
Well, it's not even, it's like, he didn't even like these kinds of games, I don't think, from the get-go. Like, he even says that. Like, he started playing, like, I noticed in that he was tap dancing around it. But, like, 100%, he really wasn't, like, a fan of, like, 11 or even EverQuest, for that matter. Like, I got into it with someone, because, like, yeah, he played Asheron's Call or whatever it was, and like was it Asheron's Call? I can't remember. I'm mixing them up now because all those old games are old as fuck. But like, I forgot which one it was. I think maybe it was Dark Age of Camelot. Yeah, that's the one I'm thinking of. Where it's like, it wasn't like a hack and slash per se, but it also kind of wasn't. Like, for the time, it was like, it was a lot more basic compared to like the other, what are called hardcore MMOs at the time. And
I
like,
don't know.
I've
People
noticed the
used to
trend with them.
call people used to call RuneScape hardcore. To be honest, RuneScape was more of just how much time you want to spend in this game. It's a grind.
Well, it's just that, I mean, like, the thing is those games, they were never meant to be like beaten. Like, same thing with 11. People forget that all the time. 11 was like, it was like the way they designed games back then was like a place where you could just go like forever. Like,
11 was more because they had the story. It was meant to be beaten in a sense, but there was always meant to be stuff to do after you quote unquote beat the game.
well, even getting to like quote unquote beat the expansion that you were on or whatever it was, like that took forever. So it's like there was just so much content to do, and like the fact that like it was slower paced meant that like I don't know, it was just one of those things that everyone accepted. It was like a world you could kind of like, and that was like another thing too. Like if you go back, like this is gonna sound corny as fuck, I guess, but like if you go back and you like going back, whoo man, I'm pushing it with this one. Going back, speaking of our anime discussion, if you go back and like even look at like Dot Hack, which Dot Hack, if you've ever played those games, they take a lot from Final Fantasy 11, like down to the launcher and everything.
I think I have that because it was a part of the Humble Bundle. I
Yeah.
think I have that, the remaster that has like all 5 of the names in there or whatever it is.
Oh, you got the good one.
Off-
I got Dot
off of
Hack GU
Steam.
on my PS4, which I wish. You know what? I thought about it. One of these days, I'm gonna have to do like a real bullshit stream and like get the PlayStation 2 emulator and fucking get those Dot Hack games because I want to play them. But yeah, no, like the way they copy
Hold on,
that.
let me double check here. Where is it at? I know I have it.
Yeah. Like I said, the way they did
I
that
have
though was,
.hack.g, it's GU mode.
oh, okay,
Yeah, I
yeah.
think-
So the GU one was like they remastered them, like, but there's like a series before that, like the original one. But Dot Hack GU, it's funny because that came out after the fact. That looks even more like Final Fantasy 11, and everything down to like the chat messaging and stuff. Like, that's why it's funny because that's why I said too.
Well, the UI system in .hack is pretty much play online viewer.
Yeah, no, but that's what I'm saying. Like, it's super funny to me too because they always said that like, and I agree for the most part that like trying to turn Final Fantasy 11 into a single player game would be like kind of weird. And to some extent, like let's say like you understood like
Yeah, nowadays it is, and that's just because I think even other MMOs and stuff like that, they've all kind of gotten to the point where it's like leveling and stuff like that. Like there's still, newer MMOs are like, okay, you have to level, but like older ones like World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy 11, even 14 are at the point where it's like, I think games like WoW and 14 took it too far to extreme to actually sell like level boosts, but get it to the point where it's like, okay, you can get max level in a couple days if you really try hard
yeah.
and get to that end game content.
So I'm kind of mean when it comes to like the 14 side because like I love the story, and unironically, like I had like a couple friends, they were brothers who played 14, and they're the ones that got me in. They basically convinced me to play it because for the longest time I was like, this doesn't look fun. I don't think this is for me. And at first, like I got to like level 35 and I quit because I just couldn't. That was before they made all the changes to like they shortened the A Realm Reborn story. And it was just too like they were just bad quests. Like everything was like a fucking fetch quest or like it was just bad. Like it was just really, really bad. And I quit, but then I don't know what happened. Like one of them convinced me, like, "Yo, the story gets better. It does. Like once you get to Shadowbringers, you like it." And like I think they were right, but at the same time, it's like almost the entire time I played, and even now, it's like it's just like a single player game. If anything, it's more like just a straight up like like multiplayer to the extent of like what a multiplayer is, not necessarily a massively multiplayer like MMO game. Does if that makes sense? Almost
Well,
like
who was it? There was a Jesse Cox, I think is his name. He was a bigger WoW streamer. He pretty much explained it like it's 14 or WoW originally, or WoW how it was done is a an MMORPG, where 14 is an RPG MMO.
yeah, exactly.
It's the story first, and then the multiplayer aspects, of the MMO genre second.
Unironically, if you've ever, so I downloaded it because I always wanted to try to play it, and I ended up hating it. Actually, I actually really hate the game. It's really bad. But Crystal Chronicles, it almost reminds me of that. And that, like, what you do is you just queue up for a dungeon, and like you just run it with people. Like, there's other people playing, but you don't really talk to them, and you just kind of get the shit done. And so like.
Final Fantasy isn't that bad, or 14 isn't that bad. There's still a lot of people still talking.
Well, no, but I'm saying like you don't have to.
Conversation is like
there's no incentivization. Like you really if you really just didn't want to, you could just fuck off and like not fucking talk to anybody. I'm in a free company. That's part of the reason why I stay back, and I still talk to those people all the time. But like, unironically, actually, I will give a little caveat to that. One, it's not like an RP free company, and two, it's it's like a group of people that played Final Fantasy 11. So like, and then on top of that, the people that didn't play Final Fantasy 11 have like started talking about, damn, maybe we should actually play Final Fantasy 11. That shit sounds cool. So it's like, I don't know, take with that what you will. But my point is that like a lot of people with like you said, like the paying for boosts and shit in 14, like, honest to God, here's the thing about that. I've done something recently because I really, really like the story, where I went back and with like a Realm Reborn, I knocked out all of the side quests, which in my honest to God opinion were actually better than most of the MSQ quests that I did before they actually edited them. But like, there's like so much good like story elements with like a lot of the side, like they even have like cutscenes and shit, like for real. And it's crazy to me because I leveled like 2 extra jobs to 50 with that, and it wasn't even that hard. And it was like way better than doing like the fucking dailies and stuff, where you just spam the same crappy dungeons over and over and over. I think I ran dungeons to like get in between quest levels like maybe 4 times between both jobs, maybe 5. But still, it's like, compared to just doing that nonstop, it was such a better experience, and it was single player. So like the thing is, people don't even in that game. People like don't even like, if people had to do that, if they took away like the daily shit and people had to do that, people would bitch and moan like crazy that they have to put in any effort to do that. So it's like, to me, I'll be real with you, I'm a little bit like, I'm kind of mean when it comes to that, like on the 14th side of like the community as a whole, because like I think that like if Square Enix wants to make that game as casual can be, go for it. As long as the story doesn't suffer, I'm cool with it. Like, because that's, for me personally, I feel like 14 is just like a multiplayer single player game, if that makes sense. Personally, I think the community like kind of did that to themselves.
Yeah, at the same time, it's like, to be honest, like, that's the only reason why I play 14 is for the story. As soon as I'm done with the fucking story content, I pretty much unsubscribe.
Yeah, there you go. Like, that's pretty much like the same boat that I'm in, like, when it comes to that. The story is really it for me. Because, like, and that was another thing, too. I don't know if you actually read the part, I don't know if it was it part 3 or was it part 2? Of that Yoshi P interview, but like obviously they talk a ton about 14 because they always like go into that. But when he talks about like having to make new jobs that like are separate from all Final Fantasy, well, yeah, you have to, because every other Final Fantasy job is actually distinct, and you can only milk down those jobs to becoming the same thing as like all the other jobs. In like, there's only so many ways to skin that.
Well, see, that's what pissed me off about 14 too. Is Dark Knight has always been stealing role, even in the old games like Final Fantasy 1, 2, even Final Fantasy IV, when you played Dark Knight on Cecil, you were a damage dealer.
Yeah.
You weren't no fucking tank.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm right there
then
with you.
they went all emo with it, and used WoW's kind of thing for the blood decays. Like, oh, you're a tank.
And like again, I think Yoshi P like is for the most part a pretty competent guy. I just like that is like
Oh, don't get me wrong, he's a fucking genius. He's very competent. He's a genius for
yeah,
being able to save the game and make it as popular as he has.
but
Granted, World of Warcraft, Blizzard has
yeah, I mean,
not been helping at all.
yeah, but the thing is, and I think he's smart for this. Don't get me wrong. Like all of my criticisms of Yoshi P are like on the same side of a two-sided coin, right? For everything I can criticize him for, the things that I don't like that he does with like Final Fantasy IP, and this is I think is what's going to happen to 16 as well. I think 16 is going to become a very non-Final Fantasy game. Like I feel like it's not even going to be like even close to 7. And 7 was like pretty revolutionary with its like combat and shit.
So from what I get with
And 7 remake, I mean.
Preach just did a video like going over because they announced majority of at least all the leads for the game design for 16.
Yeah.
And from the looks of it and stuff, they're going to do like an action combat, Bloodborne style game with a Final Fantasy story. So,
and like that's something that's kind of weird to me too. Like, and again, I get it. Like Square, well, I get it from like a business perspective. I don't like what he's doing with like a numbered title that's like single player. I get it for the MMO because it was almost a giant failure and they had to like make a ton of money and they said fucking make it make money, make casuals like it. I'm cool with that. Like I'm very much sympathetic to that. The thing that I'm like that's gonna really kind of bum me out is if it is like a Bloodborne style game and then it's got like it's gonna be like 14 where like you don't even have things like fucking like elemental damage or anything. It's gonna be like just very basic hack and slash when it's like, okay, I think we're like kind of losing the idea of what Final Fantasy was. There were hack and slash games.
To be honest, to me Final Fantasy's never been, originally it was like, yeah, it was the go-to JRPG, turn-based combat. You had to have, kind of a strategy along with, Chrono Trigger, those type. But how games have evolved now, to me, like people shit on 13, but if you actually play through the whole of 13, 13 has a very excellent story.
Well, so
yeah,
this is my point. Like, is it just story that makes Final Fantasy Final Fantasy?
To be honest, nowadays, yes.
I see. Because I disagree with that. And go ahead.
Because even with modern, like, okay, so there is some, turn-based games still that still attract,
not even turn-based.
Most of those games that attract turn-based are your older crowd.
Yeah,
even older
sure.
than me, even older than me and you.
Turn-based is not. I wouldn't even use that as a criteria.
So to be honest, with Final Fantasy, they had to. That's why the remake, Final Fantasy VII remake, was not turn-based because they're like, we have to be able to get that modern audience because we're not going to be able to sell, 1 million copies just off of nostalgia.
So
with the old people doing turn-based combat.
I would say 7 remake was probably the most innovative system. And the thing is too, and I'm going to say this, one of my old Discords that I was in for an old Final Fantasy 11 private server, actually, the same one Yiblin was on, we used to talk about this whenever Final Fantasy VII remake was announced. I always said what they're going to do is they're going to take a big influence from Final Fantasy 12, and they sure as fuck did. Except for they innovated it 10 times more. And so what I'm saying is like, I think because so we have to like remember too, back in the day, there were hack and slash games when Final Fantasy was around, right? Even when like 12 came out, 12 was like an innovative system. Like Final Fantasy has been known to have like innovative battle systems, but they still have to be like based on like an RPG like strategy, the JRPG, right? Like that's what it is. Unless we're like changing the genre. Because like
yeah, that's why I think that's how 14 or not 14, 15 failed so badly with their combat system. Is because you didn't need to do anything. All you needed to do was press the one button, and then occasionally you hit the button that would target the out of bounds area where you couldn't be hit, and go there to. As you did that, you let go and just did it all over again.
And like, here's the part. I agree.
15 has an amazing story.
I agree.
I haven't played 7 because I don't own PlayStation, and I'm not gonna. From what I heard, the port is extremely horrible on PC.
I heard it's pretty bad. I agree with you.
I'll eventually get it, so I don't know how the combat is. I never played Bloodborne, which is apparently in that in one of the interviews or the article that Preach was doing. They pretty much Yoshi P, like a couple of the people who were developing or were on the 16 team. They were pretty much making Bloodborne before Bloodborne was out, and then Bloodborne released, and then they kind of gave up on that IP because they're like, well, we can't release this now. We'll just say we copied this game.
Yeah, so my qualm isn't that. I think 16 is probably going to have an incredible story. And it's going to have Final Fantasy elements to it. But like, again, like let's turn the tables back a little bit, right? Because like, what did Final Fantasy do whenever they wanted to create a more action like the first time they ever wanted to just do straight up action combat? They made Final Fantasy Adventure. Right? So it's like, my thing about this is like, and this is why I liked 7R so much. Like, yes, again, I'm so sympathetic to the fact that like times are changing and they want to innovate so they're not left behind. I think anybody can like understand that and be cool with it. But 7R, like, to me, that was like, that must have been like a big experiment for them, because like they were super innovative on what you could do with like a hack and slash type of combat. And it might not have been turn-based, but it was still kind of turn-based like, in the sense that like anytime you wanted to cast like a spell or use an item or like use like a special ability, like these things, like the game wouldn't pause either. So it almost kind of gave you like a like, I think it was Final Fantasy 12. I don't know I can't remember if that one completely paused, but like with 7R, it did like this like super ultra slow motion. So you couldn't just pause it and like have all the time in the world. You still kind of had to think on your feet like you would in like an active turn-based game, right? But like there were so many like instances and situations where you're like the boss or like the mob that's like about to kill you, like on like legitimately about to beat your ass, is like right on top of you, and you do that because you're like trying to activate some kind of spell or like some kind of counter right beforehand, and it creates this like whole new element of strategy that was like super innovative. And like I thought that was such a good direction, and it's like it was such a different like direction than like Final Fantasy 15, where it didn't like, what, you didn't even really have to use like, what was it, you had to absorb the magic, and it was like one specific kind of magic out of like the area. Like I forgot the little thing, it's been so long, but like
15 you had the crystals that were on the ground.
Yeah, something like that.
And then you made your spells. So you added, depending on what level you were, what your gear was, and what the elements and stuff. And I think the other items that you farmed off of the mobs, you can make your spells and make them like a GA version, and and added effects to it, where like this has a chance to paralyze too, which was, in my opinion, good system. I actually enjoyed the magic system in 15. It was just the fact that you did not have to use it at all.
I was gonna say, how often did you use it?
You might have used it. Depending on the fights, like if there was a lot of enemies or whatever, like and they're all gathered up, of course I'd throw one of the gust spells down. Pretty much one shot, 30 enemies or whatever, depending on what I was trying to farm or whatever. But yeah, like for like the boss battles or anything else like that, because like Final Fantasy VII, you had people who had trouble beating the very first boss, And then you had people who played a Final Fantasy before who, okay, this is a machine type, let's use lightning.
It was still
Oh,
hard.
look, lightning. I mean, but still, lightning compared to, if you were to play, I'm talking about the original 7, I'm
Oh
not talking
yeah,
about
yeah.
remake. Um,
That too, though.
uh, I mean, still, the fight took you. You could even die if you weren't even, if you were really a noob. But I
Yeah,
mean, without using the magic, if you didn't know anything about the magic or what type of magic to use for, elemental weakness or anything like that, that fight took you that 5-10 minutes down off that the bomb timer. Where if you knew about lightning weakness, you were doing quadruple damage each turn with Cloud compared to what you would normally be doing.
yeah.
So the fight only took, less than 5 minutes. I think takes like what 6 casts of thunder or something like that to kill the boss.
So it
I
was
think.
something like, yeah. In the original one, it was pretty. Speaking of games, I gotta refinish. Um, yeah, no, I mean you're right, but that's kind of like my point though. Is like and maybe at one point, obviously, we're getting into like kind of who defines what, but like I remember
To
a
be
time.
honest, I think in 15 there was elemental weakness. It
I
was
think there
just like
was
I
too.
said, there just wasn't no point in combat because the magic didn't flow smoothly in combat compared to just spamming that button.
Yeah, and that's like, I mean, that's kind of like my thing about that. My thing is if Yoshi P, like if it literally just becomes like, so I saw like, I don't know if you saw the newest trailer, but like I saw that they had like spells that were labeled fire and arrow and stuff like that. But at the same time, like in 14, right, you have fire and blizzard and arrow and stone, but like you don't really need to use them. Or I mean, not that you don't really need to use them. They don't. You don't really need to use them in like an elemental type way. Because there's
Well,
no
that's because so black mages are the only ones who can cast fire, and then fire is their damage phase. At least modern 14, fire is their damage phase, and then they cast blizzard to pretty much regen magic.
No, yeah,
And
I get that
and
because
then white mages, that's their, I think Earth is single target and arrow is
is
AoE or whatever the heck it is.
it's damage over time.
Oh, well, whatever. I never
Yeah,
played a white mage, so I don't care.
yeah, no, but like my thing is though is it's like I feel like I
So, I mean, just because in the classes there was no real way to implement uh, elemental weakness in 14. The only elemental weakness that was really in 14 was you as a player versus the mob. Did you have, the elemental gear on?
yeah, but even
Uh,
I don't even think even in 1.0, from what I've heard and from what I've read, because I didn't play 1.0, but like from what I've heard, I heard that like the elemental shit wasn't even really that relevant then. Like it was there, but it didn't make that much of a difference. Now you can I don't didn't you say you played 1.0? Like maybe you know, but
no.
I know in 2.0
I
they made it sound like it was there like way more. Same thing in like
I didn't
Heaven's Word, but
play. I
wasn't.
didn't play 14. I didn't play 14 till I think Heaven's Ward had just done its final patch, so Stormblood was about to just come out.
Yeah, I started at the end of Stormblood. That was like my first experience. Like I said, then I ended up quitting. But yeah, no, like I don't know. Like I said, my whole thing though is like with 16, I worry that like what they're gonna do is they're gonna have Final Fantasy elements there, but it's not actually gonna be like a Final Fantasy game. And so then like I said, at that point, what is it? Is it just
Like I said, to me, with my recent experience, not even counting the MMOs, like just the numbered games, like I mean 12, even 12 to be honest, like where it had the pretty much the macro system it took from Final Fantasy 11, but
yeah.
you had to go farm the macros.
They tried to be like pretty innovative though, like with that. And that's my
Yeah.
thing. I don't care if they have a different system. Like that doesn't bother me whatsoever.
No, like even 13. So I mean, we haven't had. I would say like, to be honest, people are gonna hate on me personally probably for this, but to be honest, I didn't like Final Fantasy 9.
You know what's so funny about that? I have tried.
And
I've
people
tried to start
swear up
9.
and
I've tried
people
to
swear
start
up
it.
and down 9 is like one of the best story-wise for the single-player games.
I've heard that too. I've tried to start it so many times, but there's something about the cartoony aesthetic that fucking gets me.
Yeah.
I don't know what
that's
it is.
that's the main reason why I can't stand it. And plus, like, I don't know, something with the combat system, like it just like seems clunky for because it was originally supposed to be. I think 9 was supposed to be originally on the PS2, but then they cut it back to release it for
Yeah, I
PlayStation
think.
1 because 11 was in development and they wanted a 10 and 11 on the PS2.
Well, they also wanted all hands on deck apparently for 11. That
Yeah,
was like
which,
I mean, that makes sense because it was their first MMO, but yeah, no.
I think Final Fantasy X was originally supposed to be on PlayStation 1, but then something, if I remember reading, there was something. I think it was 10 was originally supposed to be on the PlayStation 1, but then they something with where PlayStation. I don't remember. I could be just recalling something about a different series or something like that. But I remember. I think I remember reading that 10 was supposed to be on the PlayStation 1. And then,
I think you're right about 9. Maybe there was like an initial plan for it, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Oh no, it was Final Fantasy 7 that was originally supposed to be on
N64.
Super Nintendo or one of the older consoles, and then PlayStation.
No, it was gonna be
1 came out. And
it was gonna be N64.
Pretty much scrapped the
There's a demo for
original
it actually.
game for Final Fantasy 7 and remade it for PlayStation.
Yeah, no,
That's
there's like an old demo, like, or not demo, but like a what is it called? A it's like what they show off at conferences and shit. But they had that for like an internal thing. It's been leaked. You can probably find it on like YouTube or something. But yeah, Final Fantasy VII was originally supposed to be on the Nintendo 64, but the Nintendo 64, apparently Nintendo didn't want to go away from the cartridge stuff, and like I think the Square Enix was having issues because they were like, yo, this is going to be really hard for us to develop this game if we're going to be using the old cartridges. Like it's just not powerful enough to do like what we have envisioned. And they were pretty much, I think unironically, I think Nintendo told them to kind of like fuck off, and Square Enix was like, all right, well, we'll go fuck off then. And they went to PlayStation and made like probably one of the biggest games of all time. So I think that sucks ass for Nintendo.
I had to figure out how to get to Ergen. I don't remember. It's been so long. I need like a mythic coin or some bullshit.
Don't you go there from like, I don't know if it's Mara or Selbina.
You have to unlock the boat pass, but I don't remember how to unlock the boat pass.
Yeah, I know it's a boat ride.
Requirements, boarding permit.
There we go. There we go. Level 22. Okay, okay. I need to use my. I got a fuck ton of crystals.
I'm not far enough along in Rhapsodies to do this mission, so road to Ergen. I wonder if I can Nexus Cape there. Alternatively, you could simply pay 500,000 gil. Alright, looks like that's what I'm doing, because I ain't farming shit.
Chariot band. Okay, well that fucking chariot band. What is the Eshard ring? Give me that.
Give me 1 second, I'll be right back.
No, you're good. I'm trying to figure out how to fucking use my items. Oh, wait a second. I'm an idiot. View house. Yeah, I'm an idiot. And my lightning's coming close as fuck. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna put on some Joe Rogan. We're talking about aliens in Michikaku. Damn, how do I use that? That sucks. I need to, like, drop off. I need to get rid of some shit. Let's go hit those books up. Damn, this actually looks so good right now. Oh, look at the ocean without the draw distance. Actually kind of looks sick. Oh, never mind. Oh my god. All right, maybe that's just the farthest draw distance. Or just render distance? I don't know. Yeah, this bitch is hunting me down right now. You see, the only thing about this texture pack that I don't like is the design flaw they had by making the sand yellow. I'm on the west coast of Florida, and I'm used to white sandy beaches. Not this yellow bullshit. Looks like someone peed in the sand. My fucking Celsius.
Up from dunes right now. I kind of like the white blinding sand compared to that pea color sand.
Dude, you missed it. I literally just said, so I'm on the west coast of Florida, right? And we have the fucking white sand, okay? That fucking beautiful, sugary, powdery white sand.
I was in Emerald Bay back in April.
Yeah, not this fucking shit looks like someone peed in it sand.
Well, Valkyrie Dunes, the original texture is all white.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
But
Whoever,
it's blinding.
you know what I think? This is how I can tell this motherfucker lived on the East Coast or like a fucking ocean coast. Because when you're in a bay and shit, you get white sand. All right, not this fucking. This is like this kind of sand is no fun. It gets really, really hot, and all the sand shards are like fucking glass because they're really big and they're really thick. It's crunchy. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. All right.
What do I have to farm?
I'm gonna get some book stuff here. Oh yeah, I was gonna ask you. Maybe you can help me out with this. I don't know. So okay, hold on a second. Let me show you real quick. So I have either this ring, the Ashad ring, or the Chariot band. How come I can't get either of these sons of bitches to, or the Caliber ring even? How come I thought I like just went into items?
You want to select yourself?
Oh. And then item, right?
Yep.
All right. Well, I guess I'm an idiot. All right. Well, we're not gonna talk about that. All right.
I go to Port Sandoria to see if I can buy a coffer key from the Moogle yet.
Coffer key?
Yeah.
For
so if you have certain key items from Rhapsodies, you can buy the coffer keys instead of having to farm them.
Mm-hmm.
So Ergen, to get the boarding permit, one of the quest items is you can do a coffer key.
Oh, okay.
So I'm gonna go to the Moogle and see if I can get the coffer key. Not, I might have to go farming or some other BS.
So, you want to know what's funny? I don't know if 14 conditioned me or not, but like, it's been so long since, like, I remember the first time I tried the trust thing. I really wasn't this is a long time ago, but I wasn't really a fan of it. I really wasn't a fan of it, but like, I actually really don't hate it now. I don't know if I'm becoming more casual or not, but here we are.
More don't hate what? Sorry, I was kind of.
No, I was saying like, I used to like when the trust thing first came out, I like really didn't like it. But then like after going and playing 14, I like don't hate it. I was saying like, I don't know if I'm becoming more casual or not, but
Well, to be honest, it's not even really more casual. You're essentially in a party right now. You summon your trust based on their role, and you're fighting mobs that you would normally not be able to fight solo.
yeah.
You're essentially in a party, but you don't, it's a single player. But doing SEA all INV, how many people, or SEA all, you're what level are you?
No,
You're 20?
I understand. I understand. I'm just saying, like, it's just funny because I remember when it first came out, I used to hate it, and it's just funny because, like, it's funny how, like, the Overton window kind of shifts no matter, like, what. It's just, I don't know. I think it's kind of funny. But, I mean, at the same time, too, I don't mind it. Oh, actually, you know what? I wanted to say something. So, going back to that .hack conversation, you've probably heard it now. I feel like everybody's heard the opinion of it, but, like, there's a lot of people that talk about wanting to have Final Fantasy XI become a single-player game. Unironically, they wouldn't even have to change the graphics. I
think you said this before, like if they took the .hack,
yeah,
they
dude,
could just
like with Play
copy-pasted
Online,
Final Fantasy over it.
Yeah, but like they would have to write like more story elements to make it seem like you were playing an MMO. But like that would, unironically, I feel like that would kind of be a cool take on a Final Fantasy story. I don't think they've ever done that before. Like,
it would kind of be cool, but also people who play Final Fantasy games for the story, because that's, like I said, that's one of the main reasons I play Final Fantasy is for the story. Because I know, well, generally, Final Fantasy, not necessarily the combat system. They've innovated the combat system enough times, but generally when you play Final Fantasy, it's going to be probably the best graphics currently available for like the new numbered titles, I should say. So it's going to be like the best graphics currently available that most people can play. It's going to have probably one of the better stories, and then the music.
There we go. Yeah, no, I agree. I'm just saying, if they ever did that, like, and they had to rationalize a way to do it, I think they could just put like a little bit extra work in, and it would probably be pretty cool. I think, but I don't know. Maybe it sounds better in my head and on paper than it does implemented.
That's what I'm
doing. All right, I'm finally gonna start this Joe Rogan video. Dude, we're talking about Michio Kaku's back, and we're talking fucking aliens, brother.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
The 2017 New York Times article, in my mind, that was a big shift, because when the New York Times is reporting about it and saying that this is major news and this is real and there's
how loud is that
video evidence that they can't ignore, when you talk to high-level people at the government and people like Commander David Fravor, who had that infamous spotting off of the coast of San Diego, when you hear about people like that are very reputable, it starts to change the conversation in a lot of people's eyes.
Right. See, it used to be that one person would see something in the sky and say, look, Martha, look, there's something up there. Now things have changed. Now we have multiple sightings.
I'll tell you what, buddy.
That is the gold standard.
Oh my God, there he is.
For looking for these objects. Not just
one. Time to switch channels.
Dude.
Finally here.
Freak, this is my buddy, IRL.
This is your Final Fantasy, bud. Tell you right now.
Hey. Wait, dude, your name. You're an idiot. Oh man, what are you doing? Did you just get off work?
No, Lance is fucking being a bum tonight, and Sean's out of town, so I've just been gaming alone.
Dude, how's that, dude?
It's fucking sad and depressing and boring.
Time to start
I
playing
hate it.
MMOs, dude. This is my clan. I have their backs.
Watch me dead, buddy. If I plug in a controller.
Mine's plugged into a controller.
Only for Rocket League when I'm hammered. That's the only time I plug in a controller.
Get beat, dude. Grow up.
Dude, car soccer, dude.
You don't even know that I'm like streaming a fucking 20-year-old game. So grow up. I can't talk shit.
Yeah, that. Dude, you're living in the fucking PS.
Nah, dude. I use graphic mods. It's new.
I don't get it.
Yeah, right. Well, dude, we don't have to go to the studio on Sunday, so that's fun.
Oh, that didn't work out?
No, it wasn't available. So hopefully next week it'll be available.
Okay, somebody asked me to bartend on Sunday. Then I'd like to do it because it's a busy weekend. So are we not doing anything on Sunday?
Yeah,
then?
you're
go
good.
next Sunday.
If anything, it'll just be me and Alex fucking recording shit in my room.
Yeah, Monday's my birthday, dude. Fuck.
Dude, you're yailed.
I'm fucking being dragged towards the underworld faster than you can believe.
Honestly. Well, it's been real and it's been fun. But it ain't been real
But
fun.
it ain't been. I gotta pee. I gotta refill my beverage. I'll be right back. Go live, dude. That's what you do. Go live right now.
I'm already live, dog. I've been live.
How do you mean you're live? Oh, I don't want to go to your stream. I meant go live on Discord.
Oh yeah, I'm not doing that. I got
What
Joe
a
Rogan
loser.
on in the background. What's up?
You're a bum.
What a loser! Won't even go to his Twitch, support his buddy's Twitch channel.
Yeah.
Get him
Yeah.
affiliate.
Dude,
Yeah.
first,
He doesn't even
I'd
subscribe. He doesn't even give me his Twitch Prime. What a fucking
I'd rather support
boss.
the fucking bum on the side of the road with fucking Taco Bells and give this kid a fucking penny of my money.
But Twitch Prime is free if you have Amazon Prime.
Yeah.
And link your
Yeah,
Twitch
but I give
account.
that to people I actually like.
Yeah, he does. Like fucking
Kidding me?
ninja. He
Yeah,
watches Fortnite all day.
Yeah, that's it. That's what I do.
He watches Fortnite streams all fucking day. Yeah.
Honestly, you can have it before him. You're
Actually-
okay. You're second to last. Ninja's
Yeah.
dead last.
Yeah. Well, all right. I'll take it. All right, dude. All right, we're putting back on Joe Rogan. I just missed half of that.
Infamous spotting off of the coast of San Diego. When you hear about people like that are very reputable, it starts to change the conversation in a lot of people's eyes.
Right. See, it used to be that one person would see something in the sky and say, look, Martha, look, there's something up there. Now
Martha.
things have changed. Now we have multiple sightings by multiple modes. That is the
I have to
gold
wait
standard.
15 minutes for the
The
next
gold
game day to get
standard
the
for
stupid
looking for
Tenchudo
these
boarding
objects.
pass. I can go to
Not just
Oregon
one
and
person,
ride a
but
30-minute
several.
boat ride over to Oregon.
Is it really 30 minutes?
I think it's 15 minutes or some shit like that.
Oh man, you know what's kind of weird about that? I'm like, so I gotta take off my boomer glasses for this a little bit, right? I'll be honest with myself here. I used to kind of like the boat. I like the realism. I really do. I like the realism of like boat rides and shit, and like the fact that they're on a schedule. And I like the fact that sometimes there's like battles and shit that happen on them. But I can 100% see why people don't like them. And then sometimes I don't even like them. You know what I mean? So it's like, I'm like, that's one of those like not mechanics, but like game things for 11 that I'm just super torn on.
We'll see here. I'm gonna, after I get the boarding permit, we'll see if I have to ride the boat or not.
I feel like, I don't know. I feel like certain boats should have like, and they could even like do something kind of lore wise with it. Be like, well, these are protected waters. So it's like a 5-minute boat ride or something like that, right? Not even like that long. And then it comes like every 5 minutes or something like that. Which would also kind of look cool because then the port would look busy and shit all the time.
I mean, Mara's endgame zone, so it's always busy.
No, I mean like in cities and shit, like you just constantly have airships coming in and out. Like if it was under a 5-minute timer, and especially if it was like a 5-minute boat ride too, like that. I don't know. I feel like there's certain instances.
The airships don't have any combat on them. It's the boats.
No, well, yeah, I meant that's what I meant.
You get attacked by pirates.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying though. I feel like, they can definitely shorten the airship rides. I don't think anyone's gonna like care about that, but I don't know. I just from like a design choice.
The things it's like with how their time system is implemented in the game, like the different days, the times, and the cycles or whatever. I think that's implemented because the airships will always come at a specific time. Like there's never a change to it.
Yeah.
So I think that's something I think hard encoded into the time system into the game.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just saying. I feel like
but yeah, they can make it. They can add an NPC where you can just sit there and talk to the NPC because they have warp NPCs. Like even back at 75, they had in Winders, they had the Taru-Tarus that would warp you from one area of Winders to the other one. They can add after you pay the 200 gil or whatever to get your boarding permit. They should have an NPC at the end of the dock, like warp you directly there. Unless you're trying to get on that ship purposely to go, either farm the pirates or fishing.
Yeah. I think it's one of those weird things, right? Because I've heard this conversation had like quite a few times. It's like in 14, like a lot of the open world feels really dead, and a lot of that, like whether people want to admit it or not, is kind of like attributed to flying. And like when you have flying and you can just like zip through areas to get to where you want to go, it's like, damn, this is really convenient and I kind of really like it. But at the same time, it's like, damn, but the world kind of feels dead. There is definitely something to be said about like an 11. And actually, even in Realm Reborn, like whenever before they did the thing in Shadowbringers where they upgraded or updated the zones, like the Realm Reborn zones to have flying, there was something to be said about like having a world that was just like full of people like on chocobos, and like it felt better. I don't know how to describe it any more than that.
No. To be honest, even when I played back in Heaven's Ward or Shadowbringers and stuff, or Thornblood, and then again in Shadowbringers. To be honest, it was the world always felt dead unless you were in one of the major, Palace of the Dead. That is that area where you have to go for that, or the Stormblood. After they added Heaven on High is the tower for that one.
Interesting.
That's one of the things I want to do in 14 is go back and do the tower climbs, do the solo tower climbs.
Oh, don't even get me started. I'm actually so fucking pissed off right now. So Palace of the Dead, I started doing. I never did that before, so I just went and started doing it since I was knocking out all the Realm Reborn shit. And I got basically it's like item level, but it's called Aether Pool level.
Yeah.
It wasn't high enough the first time I ran through it, so like I got stuck on floor like fucking 80, and the only way to upgrade my shit past the eye level is to use my second save slot and like run through all of the fucking floors I already did again. So I do that, right? And like I don't have a static. Nobody wants to fucking do it, or like they feel like they've already done it. Like whatever. I just can't get like a static, right? And so I'm using matchmaking, right? And I get to floor like I'm on 91 to 100 right now. I shit you not. The other day, I had the game in queue for over 11 hours. And
so with Palace of the Dead, the biggest thing with that, Palace of the Dead, no one queues for above floor, was it 50 to 60?
Well, yeah, now I know that. But like even still, it's like, yeah, but even still, it's like, what the fuck? It's like, give me trust or something then. Like, because I mean, my Aether Pool level is not enough to like to go in there and do that by myself. It's just not. And like I won't be able to kill the boss.
You gotta be maxed Aether Pool. You're on 80, so that's the behemoth.
No, so. I'm on 91 to 100. There's no one queuing for my shit. And then here's the thing. This is what pissed me off. Honest to God, I got real triggered because like it finally queued. Like I went to the bathroom. I was doing shit. I was working and stuff. and just like whatever, like it's not queuing, so I'll just do shit while I'm waiting. And I figured I would hear the thing. I went to the fucking bathroom and it queued, and like I didn't hear it. And I come out, and not only did I miss it, the devs? The devs need to do something about this. It gave me, I know it happens all the time, but the audacity to give someone a fucking penalty for not queuing on something whenever something queues after I've waited over 11 hours. Oh my God. I was so mad. I was so mad. Oh man. And like, I don't know, that's the thing too, is it's like, there should be like some kind of disclaimer on like Palace of the Dead. Like, because now it's like, I have both my save slots used up and they're all at high levels. And I don't know. I'm not doing it a third time. I refuse.
So Palace of the Dead, it's once you're, like I said, unless you get a static or someone to actually run with you, you always keep one save slot. So if you're doing solo runs or whatever, unless that's what you plan on main on doing. Like there's people that's all they do is Palace of the Dead runs because there's jobs that have still yet to be able to beat Palace of the Dead solo.
Yeah.
Where there's other jobs where it's like, oh, everyone's like, oh, you got to play Gunbreaker, Dark Knight, Red Mage, or Machinist are like the most common jobs that beat it. So what you do is like, in your case, you have your solo run that you were trying to do, and then your secondary slot, fuck that 90 to 91 shit. Just spam the 60 to 6 or 51 to 60 that everyone else does because that's the most XP for the bang for your buck, and then get your Aether Pool level high enough. And also, if you want to do it, you can level up a secondary job or whatever while you're getting your Aether Pool up.
Yeah, I'll be real with you. That deep dungeon shit, for what it is, it's very repetitive, and I didn't think it was that fun. I'm not probably doing it a third time.
To be honest, it reminds me of Nassau Isle, but I enjoyed Nassau Isle a lot better.
I just, like, I don't know. Everyone's trying to run through it as fast as possible.
To be honest, that's what 14, I think, is missing. Is there's not enough. Like, yeah, okay, you're no main content dungeons, but once you do the dungeon a half dozen times, everyone has every single piece of gear in there.
Yeah.
And then you have your raids and alliance, bigger parties. I mean, they kind of went weird with what the light party is 4 players and then the raid is 8. Like, it's just a weird kind of, outlying number or whatever. But, whatever. I would have preferred, 6 party dungeon, take it from 11. 6 people per party, and then, an alliance,
I mean, that's
do
like
18 or 20, something like that. But there's not enough low-man content, endgame low-man content that's viable to farm or do that you can get equipment that's equivalent to, endgame rating. Like, there used to be in 11. Like, a couple of your best-in-slot items back at 75 came from Nassau Isle. That was low-man, 6-person content. That was low-man content. That wasn't, didn't need an alliance to go into Dynamics. Don't need an alliance to go kill an H&M to get this piece of gear. You can go to Nassau Isle. Salvage was, you could take an alliance into salvage, but made it a lot harder. So most of the time, most groups, back was either 6 party or they had 2 parties and it was 7 people. They took 7 people and was the majority of the groups. But there's not enough, in my opinion. It comes back to being more of a single player game, and then the big massive multiplayer, thing. There's not enough low man content in there to be, in my opinion, to call itself an MMO.
Well,
like I said, there's the dungeons, but
so that goes back to what I said earlier, though. Like, there is, like, you can actually level, and, like, there's good, like, the quests and, like, the lore and stuff. It's actually, like, it's unironically, like, there's a lot of WoW players who I've talked to, like, oh, if you just have to run quests the entire time, that's, like, trash content. It's like, well, like, hold up, these ones are actually not bad. Like, there's a lot of them in there that are pretty good. And like, again, they have like cutscenes and shit, and they're like, there's actual like thought put behind them. It's not just like spammy like content, which I would be completely critical of. So like,
no. I played when you originally, before, I think it was end of Stormblood or Shadowbringers, when they revamped the questing system or whatever. When you actually had to do some of the side quests to level up to get, to that level, you needed to do the main story quest to progress. Like, I did all that shit in Heavensward, where you actually had to do the side quests to level up. So I know it's exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, a couple of them are, the repetitive bullshit, like, oh, go kill this monster, I need 5 sheepskin. Or these damn goblins are in this area, go kill 20 goblins. There is Final Fantasy, where compared to WoW, Final Fantasy did do, even 11, there's a lot of quest chains. It's not just one quest, go get me some sheep, or one quest, go get me, it's, okay, go here, talk to this person, go here, talk to this person. Oh, I need some sheepskin. Okay, now that I got the sheepskin, go talk to this person, because I need some, a tannin or something, whatever, you're trying to make leather armor, but they'll go through a whole quest line of thing instead of, oh, just go kill me 5 sheep, and then they give you the piece of armor or whatever,
Yeah, no, that's, so I don't know. I was surprised to find out that I could legitimately level 2 because someone told me that has been a thing since like A Realm Reborn, that I don't know if it's always been a thing, but maybe they revamped the XP given to them. But someone told me a while back that like that Yoshi P has always had it that way, where you could level 2 jobs doing side quests via an expansion. And I don't know if that's true for all of them. He said that for Endwalker. I don't know if that's true again for Heavensward and Stormblood and Shadowbringers, but for sure shit, for A Realm Reborn, it was true. I was pretty shocked. I had to literally do all of them, but
yeah, and it's how many quests?
It's a lot. Like, I'll be real. It's not the most efficient, but it was way more enjoyable, unironically.
Yeah, it's the biggest thing is, like, especially, nowadays, like, your standard gamer isn't going to know life of game like how they used to.
Yeah,
you still got people who do that, people who do it professionally now, but you're more, especially in MMOs, because MMOs, as much as people like to say it's not, it's a dying.
Yeah, it's
genre.
a dying. It really is. Because like I said,
compared to what it was, 15 years ago, 20 years ago, it's a dying genre. Because you don't see news articles about MMOs anymore. Idiots, go 30 hours without eating or drinking.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, like, here's the thing, and this is where I put my actual job hat on, like my marketing hat. Like, when I have like a product or something that I need to market out to sell to a customer, right? What you typically do is you try to find the customer base, and you have to try to like find a customer base that is like relative to your niche, right? The thing that I hate about a lot of gaming nowadays, this is like across the board. This isn't even MMOs. MMOs are probably just one of the worst examples of it, because of how broad they've kind of made that term. But like, the thing about all this in gaming is like they try to make games like for people that don't play games and for literally everyone. And most products are meant to solve like a problem. And that like, okay, a specific type of game, like, right, an RPG or an MMORPG, right? What are you trying to solve in the gaming market? Okay, so we're trying to create like story-based games that are like more in like a JRPG sense, a more tactical story-based game, right? Because JRPGs in particular, like even like having that JRPG, like the JR, or the J, I should say, as a genre piece to the RPG faction, has always been known as being like the more strategic type. because like this was even a joke back in the day.
Not even that. I've always
they used to say back in the day.
I understand that, but the JRPG always to me also came off as more of what a lot of people, like a lot of the bigger WoW streamers that used to make fun of Final Fantasy 14. Oh, it's anime. It's this. That's what.
Well, that's what they said, but that's not really what it was, though. Because like they're even Square Enix.
You look at the most popular JRPG. One of the most popular JRPG series now is the Persona series, and that's like anime in a nutshell.
Yeah, I mean, there's more factions now, but what I'm saying is like if you go down to the J part of the RPG faction, even back in the day, they were worried that Final Fantasy was going to be too complicated for a Western audience, because they actually saw the Western audience as being like, and honest to God, they were kind of right, but like they saw the Western.
I really don't like any, especially older RPGs like.
Yeah, I mean that could be a thing.
Really, like even the American ones. Like I don't even other than like no, because Zelda's even Nintendo. That's Japanese. I don't even know any mainstream RPGs that were from like a Western market. Every RPG I've ever played has always been from the Japanese market.
Those are the most popular ones that have stood the test of time. That's why. But like. Even back in the day, they were really, really worried that Final Fantasy in particular wasn't going to sell in the West because its battle system and stuff was too intricate. They saw American audiences in particular, Western audiences as a whole, but American audiences in particular as kind of being like dumber, and that we needed like more basic systems. That's why they saw like action games like hack and slash as being way more popular. And like to a degree, it is kind of true, like for the most part. And like that's the thing is like this kind of goes back to that whole conversation I had of like, okay, well, what makes a Final Fantasy game Final Fantasy? It's like the fact that it is more like me as a kid. I'll be real, I played them and I beat them, but like Final Fantasy 1 and 2 and 3, and honest to God, 4 has like an okay story, but like the old 8-bit stuff isn't really my favorite. Yeah, it's not really my favorite. It's just it is what it is. But I liked like being able to think out and think through like what I'm doing, like in particular, and use like different strategies and stuff like that. Like to me, I mean, and like I think that's how Final Fantasy in particular, it kind of took all those other elements of like really good storytelling, like strategic, like combat in any way. Because like I said, I don't care if it changes. I think Final Fantasy 7R is actually one of my favorites. Like hands down. I like, other than like the weird changes they made to like the story that like could become problematic later, I honestly think Final Fantasy 7R is almost a perfect game. It is really.
To be honest, from what I remember reading one of the original developer blogs or something for the remake, like when they first started it, a lot of the story changes that they said they were implementing were actually in the original story script that were cut originally.
Yeah, those aren't a problem. In fact, those made the story 10 times better. My problem are like, I don't want to spoil it if you haven't played it, but like, it's like things that they're doing to fuck with the like the overall story. Because a lot of those smaller bits that they added in, because they didn't change it. Like the things I'm talking about would literally change the story completely if they kind of went down that route. It's not a lost cause yet, but like it's getting really kind of funky.
Well, the thing that pisses me off too, like a lot of modern games that are doing, it's just so annoying, is how many times are you gonna fucking remake a game that's less than 5 years old?
Well, that's another thing too, is nobody wants to like actually invest their money into something because it has risk.
Square Enix, to be honest, okay, you don't need to do the FF7 remake HD integrate. It's like fucking release the second version of it already. Release part 2 already.
Yeah. Don't
fucking milk the same fucking thing for 6 years.
That's true. I
mean, Skyrim, that's just a meme by now. How many times they've released it? I'm pretty sure you've seen the meme where Skyrim now on your smart refrigerator.
Yeah. No, but I mean, like, but that kind of gets to what I'm getting at, right? So this becomes like what you're saying is actually part of that overall arcing problem. And you're seeing it a lot with like mobile games, right? Because companies, instead of taking risks, they're trying to do things to like literally pull in as much money as possible and make games like that are gonna like go to the broadest audience possible, right? And so by that, what they know is they know that like human psychology, people will just like, even if they intrinsically don't like the way something's being done, they'll probably end up buying into it anyways. Like, and a lot of nostalgia factors come in with the Final Fantasy brand. So there's going to be a lot of people, like, let's say 16 is just a hack and slash. There's going to be a lot of people that don't like that. Guaranteed, there's going to be a lot of people that don't like that who also pay for the game and play it. And so, like, they use that nostalgia factor along with the fact that, like, okay, well, what about all those Western casual players that don't really like strategy? And, like, we can just make this like a button mashing, like, smash X a million times to beat the game, right?
It's not even just Western. If you look at the Japanese market,
yeah, they've
too,
gotten
like,
bad at it. That's true. That's actually 100% true. They've gotten pretty bad about it, too.
Even games that, you know, aren't even available in the Western are all, like, even their RPGs and stuff have kind of devolved into, it's more or less, you know, the turn-based systems back then, yeah, it made it more strategic and shit, but that was also due to limitations of, you know, the code, the systems, and everything else back then.
Yeah,
as
no,
well.
and I'm not going to disagree with that. It is kind of weird because, like, I think a lot of that has to do with like the Asian Chinese, like a lot of places where they couldn't actually afford like game consoles.
Oh, for the longest time too, I think Square realized they were going to lose pretty much the Western market at least. But I know there was an interview, I think it was right after 14 pretty much failed, or close to when 14 was failing or failed, that Square Enix was going to sit there and switch over to focus only on developing mobile games.
I mean, they kind of did for a long time, unironically. Other than 14, like, a lot of things went on the back burner. They put out a shit ton of mobile games during that time.
Well, they did what, Brave Exvius, I don't know the other ones. There's like 2 of them.
There's like 4 or 5 of them, unironically. Even Kingdom Hearts, the entire story got shifted whenever the mobile game came out. Like everything, they changed the entire story to fit around the mobile game, and they have 2 more mobile, like they've made 3 iterations of the same mobile game, and people paid money, like stupid money, every time. And it was like doing the same content over and over. 3 different games that were the exact same pretty much, with minute differences in the story, except for the last one where they finally shut it down. But they're making 2 more new mobile games. And it's like, I don't know, man. Like, the fact that people keep buying into this stuff, like, it blows my mind. Like, and it kind
of... look at Diablo Immortal. There's still people, like,
again, it's
to be honest...
It's still it's a symptom of the same problem, though, right? If everyone, like, these game developers, here's the thing. They're going to keep making, they're not going to make games for niches anymore. Meaning that, like, if you don't focus on, like, doing what you do good, you're never going to actually do what you do good. Like, yeah, luckily for Square Enix, all they have to do is make a good story. And, like, people have kind of just accepted that now because the Overton window has shifted for that. It used to be like the whole package, the whole Final Fantasy quote unquote package, right? Nowadays, it's like, okay, well, let's take combat that a casual will like. I mean, that's the thing with, like, actually, I'm going to make a perfect example of this. Final Fantasy 14 has story skippers, right? They don't give a shit about that. All they do is they skip the story and they just do and then, like, 14's like relatively pretty casual, and they just do like the battle stuff. And that's all they do. Some people, they'll even just do like role playing in there. And it's like, we're talking like very basic casual things, and like the game kind of like caters to that to some degree. Even like the cash shop, right? Like, we joke about it, but like the cash shop is pretty much like, they'll do event things, and then like they don't do a lot of those event things again, and they put them behind the cash shop. And they use like nostalgia, or like maybe, oh, I missed that. I forgot what the fucking term is called, but there's a term for it where it's like, where you missed the experience, so now it's locked behind a paywall. But like they do certain things that are like that too. I mean, Final Fantasy 14 is way better about it. I'll give them that like when I'll give them that hands down. I think theirs is the most ethical, but like they do cater like to the casual non-game playing MMO audience. I mean, there's a reason why 14's nowhere close to being a dead game, and they're really, really, really pushing that single player experience, right? Final Fantasy XI didn't really have a choice to keep their game like somewhat relevant. Trusts were like almost mandatory. So like,
well, the biggest thing is, yeah, if they wanted anyone new, you needed trust, because if you didn't add that trust system, because there's no one leveling at low level anymore.
Yeah.
Well, there is people leveling, but not enough to make it to where you can make a party anymore.
And 14 doesn't have that problem because they have the daily thing, right? They have roulettes. They have things where people can like have incentivization to do that old content, and most people do it. I did it.
The only incentive in 11 to party with someone is there's a Unity thing that says level sync to kill mobs or something like that, and the reward itself isn't even that good.
Yeah, I don't know. That's like my thing about that. Like again, about all that is just because like I said, I'm not gonna say like I'm the smartest guy in the fucking world, because I'm totally not. But like marketing shit, like it's pretty basic when you like. I'm dumb and I can understand it. So it's like when I see stuff like that, and then I see people buying it, and then I see like people like valiantly defending it, I'm just like, that's the thing with Diablo Immortal right now. Like there are people that have kind of started to wake up, and now people are drawing a line in the sand, and now a bunch of content creators who've kind of let it slide for a long time have started to realize like, oh shit, I'm gonna be on the wrong side of history if I don't actually push back on this right now, and it might actually look really bad for me. So now they're being more moral and ethical about it. And like, yeah, like you have guys like Asmongold who'll say, yeah, this fucking sucks, don't do it, even though I'm gonna stream it and in turn like influence other people to waste their money on it. But hey, whatever, I'm a streamer, like this is my job, this is my money, this is what I gotta do. That's fair and fine.
Yeah,
but, like,
that to me, that's what pisses me off, is you get people like Asmongold or even Rich, who, you know, OTK, it's like, how much money does he drop fucking daily on games like that? He's admitted to spending, you know, $30,000-$40,000 on like Genshin Impact and shit, games like that. It's like, to be honest, people like that who incentivize or, you know, do that shit, like the gambling streams, and to be honest, gambling streams should be banned on Twitch. That's just my personal opinion.
Honestly, God, I think all mobile shit should be like, I was kind of on the
any of the
fence.
gacha games, you shouldn't be able to stream on Twitch.
I was kind of on the fence of that for a while, but like it really should be.
Even then, though, that would take out, you know, like even just Call of Duty.
Good.
And
Fuck
Overwatch.
They need to start doing better.
Because the stupid, you know, all the loot boxes. To be honest, the only time loot boxes should be in a game is if you can only earn them in-game by either spending a ridiculous, which is, you know, not the best incentive in itself, but it's also better than, oh, if you just give us that 50 cents, you know.
It's not.
Get that loot box.
The thing is, though, is it's like, again, they're not making quality games anymore. Like, there's no incentive. And the thing is I don't, as a human being, as someone who understands the process, I can't even be mad at them for it. Because why would I be mad at them? There's no incentive for them to do that. They're a business. They're a corporation. Their job is to make money, right? They have employees who they have to like pay so that way their kids can like go to college, or they can put food on the table, or they can pay their rent, or they can pay their mortgage, right? Like I can't even be mad at like the developers, because one, it's legal. Two, it might not necessarily be ethical, but like people are like actually like valiantly supporting it, and they're cool with it. Like these same people who are paying and getting ripped off are like, I'm at the point now to where I actually think they know they're getting ripped off, and like they're just so dumb that they're cool with it. And then it's like, okay, I'm someone who believes in natural selection. Is this not like, it's not, you know what I mean? We don't let people who are less fit go into the wild and die anymore, right? So it's like, maybe this is that. Maybe this is that. Like, I don't know how else to like put that, because like,
yeah, but then they become dependent on the system, and they're, you know, more of a burden.
And it ruins it for all of us. Because the thing is, and I've said this before too, and I think you've heard me say this. Final Fantasy, like all the MMOs, I remember a time when having 100,000 players, like total for an MMO, was massive. And developers thought that was a huge success. Now, to be fair, in today's day and age, server costs are higher, and like the development costs are higher because we're dealing with more complex systems, right? And that's totally fair.
Development costs are higher, server costs are about the same. The initial investment for a server is more expensive than it was back then.
I'm being generous, right?
Yeah.
So like my thing is like I can even give them, but let's double that. Let's take it to 200,000, maybe even 300, 400, 500,000, right? Like you can still be niche and have a good game that it doesn't tailor to like multiple millions just because you're trying to make like a game that fits everyone's thing but isn't really a great game. And like when you're coming from an IP that's like really well known and people have been really invested in you and they've come to bat for you for multiple years, maybe even multiple generations, if like at this point they've had kids and they've gotten their kids into your game, like there's something to be said about that too from like a marketing perspective. Like I don't know, like that's a topic for me, let me tell you right now.
Well, you should probably continue leveling and quit rambling.
I know. I was gonna sit here and be nice and listen to Joe Rogan talk about aliens, and now I'm I'm all hyped up.
Well, see, my biggest thing is console exclusives and mobile gacha games are ruining the gaming sphere. That's my opinion.
Yeah. The console thing's a hard one because there's really not, and I agree with you, I think. It's just one of those things that like there's really nothing that's like really illegal going on or like even really unethical. So it's like
there isn't. They just want it's just a contract a company enters with.
Yeah.
With like a well-known IP or whatever. Like, it's like, hey, we'll release your game only on yours, and then you give us, 0.0005% of your console sales for this many quarters because people are going to buy your console just to play this, shit like that is what's happening. But maybe not to that extreme, but that's what's happening. And
yeah, no, you're 100% right. Like I said, it's one of those weird things where it's like, unfortunately, that's one of those things I'm not sure it's not going to really be a winning battle. It's because it's not like, right, it's not like they're really, if it's not unethical and it's not illegal, it's just a tough one. Okay, I got spells and shit. I need to
mobile gacha games are unethical, but they're not illegal, at least yet.
Yeah, I think there's a really good argument that a lot of them should fucking be illegal though.
EU gets their way, a lot of them will be.
I hope so. Fuck them. I'm really at the point where it's like, fuck all of them. Because not only do they ruin the gaming market, I actually think they're just like bad for society. Like, unironically, and I think that's part of the reason too. Like, I think China, like they've limited gameplay, but it's like, what's the main form of gameplay in China? It's mobile games.
Mobile.
They saw, like, the Chinese government probably saw, like, damn, all of our fucking kids are getting addicted to gambling and shit and like creating like really bad habits. Like, we need to do something about this. And like, don't get me wrong, I'm not gonna be the guy that defends China for anything, but like, they are efficient in what the fuck they do. Like, there's something to be said about that. I'm not gonna say it's good, but I will say they've got that one down. What was it? Like the Diablo Immortal thing was fucking wild because there was like a thing where they would have like a face tracker or something, and they were gonna like, I don't know if it was gonna come out in the United States or something or what, but like that shit was wild, and that's because of the new law they have in China where like kids can't fucking play more than like an hour a day or something.
Yeah, Diablo Immortal is just a reskin of some Chinese ARPG, mobile RPG.
Yeah, you can totally tell those skins and shit that people are paying top dollar for look like fucking ass. Some of them look so bad. I mean, like, creatively they look good, but like, I would never want my character to look like that.
Well, my biggest gripe with, especially Diablo is like, they fucking tell you. So I know you watched the Bellular video, but did you watch? I think he released the second one where they actually went like a little bit deeper into the numbers. Oh
yeah, it was like it was over 100,000. It's fucking bad.
50,000 if you want to max out your stats without and you still have to do. I don't know how long the rifts take in Diablo Immortal or whatever, but you still have to do like 200 plus rifts to max out a stat.
That's so fucking trash.
Drop $50,000.
That's so fucking
to max
stupid.
out a stat. If not, they said you're usually. I think one of the articles or interviews or the way they explained it is you'll get the legendary gems or whatever that you need to do the rift. So, and even to max out your stat, you have to pay, or you have to do the legendary. You have to get the legendary gems, and you can only get like 2 or 3, maybe a week.
That's actually stupid.
Without paying for it.
I saw the thing. The battle pass thing is what? Well, actually, it's really. So the funny thing is, people are bitching about the battle pass thing, but like. One of my buddies who was on stream the other day, actually, his name's Lance. He fucking I think he was like he wasn't like a developer or anything, but he did work for Riot, and I was playing Teamfight Tactics for a while. I like that game, and he used to give me like the free battle pass or like the tokens, whatever, to get the battle pass. Thing is, I'm pretty sure you miss shit. Like, not everything is always guaranteed. So, like, I don't know. People kind of like went off on that, but Shadow, this is Asura. You're right. But yeah, and like people were bitching about that, but truth be told, you don't necessarily get everything for that either. So I don't think that that's like a. I feel like that practice has already been done a million times.
The biggest thing is like, okay, battle passes are fine. Because most companies, there is some outliers. There is some outliers. Most battle pass. No, hear me.
I'll hear you.
So
I'll hear you.
most battle passes. Okay, you don't even have to like Call of Duty and stuff. Most of them you don't even have to pay for. You may have to play a season without doing the premium battle pass. Because you get the free one. Every game will give you the free battle pass, and you slowly get the currency that you would need to buy the premium battle pass. So once you get the premium battle passes, most games, not all of them, there is a few outliers that you'll have to buy it every single time no matter what, but generally you earn enough currency if you max, get to, say if there's 100 levels, if you get to around level 80 or something like that, most of them will give you enough of the premium currency to buy the next season's battle pass. So depending on how much time, even if you only spend, the $10 once, and you put enough time in the game, you're not paying, generally you're not paying for the next battle pass as long as you keep playing the game and don't let it overlap, or relapse or anything like that. You're generally only paying for the battle pass once and you're getting it every season if you're, if that's your main game. There is other games. The thing that ticks me off about Diablo Immortal is they have the battle pass, then they have the premium pass, and then they have the other super premium battle pass, and then they have the other add-on for it too.
Yeah,
that's what pissed me off. I was looking at that. I was like, nope.
No, you're right. Like, and you know what? I'll be fair. You're definitely right too. Not all of them are bad. To be fair, I think some of the ones Riot has,
like Call of Duty or even Riot, or if
theirs aren't that bad.
If it's a free to play game, like I said, Call of Duty is a perfect example. If you get to level 100, if all you do is play Warzone, 2-3 hours a day, you're going to get to level 100 within the season. Because I got to level 100 probably, I used to play a lot more. I used to play like 4 or 5 hours a day, but, within about 3 or 4 weeks.
Yeah, no, I got you.
But, you get enough of that currency to buy, for free.
Yeah, no, my thing is I don't hate battle passes, per se, if they're done right. What I don't like when battle passes are used as content. Because, like, a lot of times, it's basically, like, do this 5 times, do this 10, and it's, like, that's the content. And it's, like, that's all anybody does, and then you end up with, like, a Final Fantasy 14 daily. Like, if you know what I mean? Like that type of just repetitive, like, lazy content. I hate that shit. But like I said, I think in Riot's case, there, like, from my experience, there have been plenty of times where I've seen, like, okay, well, this isn't that bad. Like, what we're doing here is fun, and like, it's the same content that I would have already been doing. The battle pass just gives me like more of an incentive to keep playing. And if it's like that's the case, then it's like, okay. And it's just like skins and shit and like things that really only affect me, and they don't really affect the gameplay per se. I think that's fine. I'm not gonna sit here and like be a douchebag and hate on that.
Well, that's the biggest thing a lot of people didn't get about Warzone is, you know, essentially Warzone boiled down to is it turned into, yeah, there was meta guns you can just straight up pay for because they had the, you know, the streamer bundles and everything else like that. But if you bought the base Call of Duty game, you were able to level up a gun, you know, 100 times quicker than someone who just had Warzone. Yeah. That's another reason why I quit playing Warzone, because I'm not buying Call of Duty every fucking 14 months.
Yeah.
Just to keep up with the meta.
Yeah, that seems pretty fucking ridiculous. And, you know, like I said, too, and then, like, you know what's funny about that? Then I kind of start to wonder, because there's gonna, like, inevitably...
that's why I just stick to my cock and ball torture and play EFT.
That's funny.
That game's like, if you like good shooting mechanics, good, you know, overall, you know, first-person shooter mechanics, yeah, there's some that are a little too extreme. Coming back to it since I haven't played over a year. You know, being out in the middle of fucking nowhere in Alaska, can't play it on a bad connection.
No, that's fair.
But I mean, the most punishing game for the most fun. Like, plus it has that grind aspect of, you know, you're a big MMO, or you were, you know, you played 11 and stuff. It has that grind.
No,
aspect.
I played a dude. I've said this before, so like I joke about when I say like I'm dumb and I forget shit. I forget a lot of shit, but like I used to be like a frequent member of, like, I forgot what the other one was called. There was MMO.net or something like that, where it was like an MMO directory, and there was like 150 different developed MMOs. I've tried every single one of them, and then there was another directory. I don't remember what that one was called, but I've tried every single one of them too. I've legit played a fuck ton of MMOs, and that's why I always say, like, when I'm like critical of something, I like to think that I've got at least like a somewhat general good, like, I don't know, a good opinion. I hope I have a good opinion. I don't know. Maybe I sound stupid, but I don't know.
No, I understand. But like, that's what EFT does for me too. It also scratches that MMO itch, the grinding itch, because it's not just a shooter. It's not just a looter shooter. Yeah. It's not like, because you're grinding. You know, you go do the raids or whatever in the game to get that better gear to do but there's a quest system. There's levels.
Yeah,
You have to reach certain levels to unlock certain quests. You do quests to unlock better gear, and then, you know, it's essentially the easiest way to describe Tarkov is it's a hardcore looter shooter with MMO RPG aspects.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's actually funny you say that too, because like, in that old Discord that I was telling you about, it's still active. Like, there's people in there. I talked to someone today, but like, for the old Final Fantasy XI private server, that's pretty much what that is like evolved into. It's like Escape from Tarkov and shit like that. That's like all they do all the time. They'll do like their own servers for that, and like that's their bread and butter. And it's cool too. Like I think, honest to God, like, you might actually be right about that. Like, in the evolution of MMOs, that probably will end up being what they like mainstream wise, like, given laws actually come into place to kind of get rid of like a lot of these like kind of pay to win elements and shit like that. Because like when that happens, game developers are going to be incentivized to like be like have more of like a niche again. They're gonna be more incentivized to like actually be creative. That's probably going to be the route that they're going to go down.
There is a lot of niche MMOs out today. It's just most of them like it starts with an A. It's like it's a free to play MMO, or I think it's free to play now. But it has an A.
Oh, speaking of which, I want to shout. God damn it! I want to shout this one out. There is actually, I shit you not, it's the only other it's one of the only other MMOs that like kind of scratched my itch for a long time, and it's actually a mobile game, and it's legitimately free to play, and it's really fucking good. It's called Torim Online. I don't even play it anymore, but I keep it on my phone just in case. I've never spent $1 on it, and it has like a legit story. It kind of reminds me of Final Fantasy XI in the design, minus the fact that it's a little more. I hate like the anime aesthetic. Theirs kind of has it, but it also kind of doesn't. It kind of has like almost like the 11 aesthetic to some degree. It's like a mixture, but like if you're ever looking for like something else to like kind of kill your time that's like not shitty, that's definitely one of them. What the fuck was I doing?
Alright.
Oh yeah, that's what I was doing.
This is North Gates of Kaitaba. I had northeast, northwest.
All right, tonight
to zone into Arapago region.
We're knocking it out. We're doing the fucking. We're doing 2-3 tonight. Come hell or high water.
2-3 is easy. I literally just did that.
Well, that's what I'm saying, but like I'm gonna get it done tonight.
You can do it easily. Just make sure you talk teleports. Otherwise, you're gonna be,
Yeah.
It's gonna take you an extra 2 hours just to run everywhere.
Oh fuck me! I forgot. I was supposed to go to fucking Juneau and get my Chocobo license to make that a way easier thing.
I need to go buy some more gauze, but I'm on the 3rd feed, or will be for the full 4th feeding now. But on this character, it's just like, oh, I'm in Juneau. Because I had random gauze-bait grass in my inventory, so I'm like, okay, you don't lose that until the 3rd feeding, so I'm going to keep using it,
Yeah. You said it's like 6 hours now to do that?
Yeah, well, it's always been 6.
I don't remember. Dude, I don't know if it's always been 6. I'm almost positive it was like days at one point. I could be misremembering it like hard, but I'm almost positive when I first played, that shit took forever.
Oh, most people, what you're probably remembering is you didn't wait around for 6 hours just to do your damn Chocobo quest. You went out and you went partying or whatever, and you probably forgot to go feed the Chocobo after you were done partying.
That's also
the next day you went and did the same thing. You went and fed the Chocobo, and then you went out partying again. And then
actually, what I
partied till 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, and then went to bed.
Actually, what I did, because I played back in the day, I didn't have fucking money. So I actually had to go, I think I had to go out and go farm that shit.
Whatever. Farm the gauze
that
grass.
Shit, that's probably
you went to Murfatad Mountains and you killed the flies and they would drop in almost.
That's actually probably, if I'm being fair, that's actually probably what I'm remembering.
Even if you went and farmed it, like you can go farm a stack of gauze-bait grass in like 30 minutes.
Well, now you can. Not back in the day, you couldn't.
Even back in the day.
No, the fuck you couldn't. Dude, I'm telling you, I remember that shit. That was harder. Same thing with like the boat pass to jungle.
What? Kazam? Yeah, you had to go farm the keys in each of them. You had to go to Gideus. You had to go to Gishbella Outpost you got Grotto, and then
what was I doing?
Trust me, I played when it was still essentially hardcore because I played after on the 360 release, which was essentially Treasures of Out Urgan.
I definitely think that so drop rates were like, people did bitch about drop rates though. like I do remember the drop rates being pretty fucking like abysmally trash. Like, cause I was playing, but again, it was like right whenever the American version came out. So it was like we had Rise of the Zilart, but we didn't even have Chains of Promathia yet. And like, dude, again, it's been a long time, so I'm not gonna say my memory's perfect on it, but I remember like going on some of the forums and stuff, and like just I do remember people like bitching, like real hard. Which, to be fair, they're probably in the right, but damn it, I don't even have 2-3 activated. I'm gonna have to.
Right, what mission are you on?
I'm starting Crystalline right now, so it's 2-1.
Those ones are usually, well, I know, at least for the Sandoria one, it's got a fucking Ordell's Cave.
1 sec. They say that crystals are drained of their power if you take them to a certain section of that structure. Oh wait, what structure? Chief Sid is currently investigating this strange phenomenon. Is asking for someone to bring back a faded crystal. Go see him for a more detailed explanation of your objectives.
And then this one is when you trade since you're rank 2, you can trade your crystals to get max rank to skip the second mission.
You want a crystal to use for this experiment? Are you not an adventurer? It should be easy for you to procure one. Yes. Okay. Yeah. I remember this one. Okay. Yeah. I remember this one. What do I have to? I have to go fucking farm the crystal, and then I take it to the other. I have to take it to Kronstadt Highlands, and then I bring it back to Sid, if I remember correctly. It's something like that.
I never did Bastok missions. I've only ever done Windy. I did the first, got rank 3 from Windurst, and then switched over to Sandoria.
I thought, you know what? For some reason, I don't remember the Sandoria missions as much. I like Bastok is just like my favorite city. I don't know. I like the aesthetic of it, but like, I remember the Windurst.
So you're into slave labor, huh?
Well, I'm not gonna get banned tonight. I'm just kidding.
You are from the South. That's kidding.
This is I'm learning about myself real quick. Also, too, I'm just gonna say this right now, just in case. Maybe I'm jinxing myself, but there is a legit lightning storm that's kind of been like popping off, and I've heard quite a few like thunderstrikes happen like right by my house. So like, it's Florida, it's summer. If I lose power, or if I just disappear, that's why. But yeah, no, actually, I was gonna say I do remember the Windurst missions. I think I don't know why, but I remember like actually kind of liking them a lot.
Well, as far as nation missions goes, probably favorite to least favorite is Windurst, Sandoria, then Bastok.
You're a real piece, let me tell you.
I'm just saying, from everyone I've ever talked to, they either like Windurst or Sandoria.
I did like Windurst. I'll meet you there.
And to be honest, Windurst, what I remember of it is I really wasn't like, oh no,
shit.
The Taru made a pact with the Yagudo not to use summoning magic, and then they betrayed that pact, so that's why the Yagudo attack.
You know, that's actually kind of something. I think they were going to start trying to do that with God damn, all these pop-ups. I need to put my shit on. I think they were going to try to do that with 14, and they kind of did a little bit. But dude, in like Final Fantasy 11, the nations, like all of them were kind of assholes. And you were kind of like an accomplice to being like a complete asshole for some of that shit. Like, what was like some of the Bastok missions are like, oh, yep, we're going to go kill those guys. And you're just like, oh, yeah, sure. All right, fuck it. Let's go kill them. And it's just like for no like fucking reason. Let's see. Talk to Sid. All right, yeah. Okay, I was right. I remembered this. I remembered how this went.
I wasn't saying you were wrong. I'm just saying, like, and then, to be honest, if I remember, the only one that was like, okay, so Winders had some like
the Star Vigil shit was really cool. Like the cutscenes, like
repercussions to the story, like some global repercussions to the story itself.
Yeah, I just thought like the graph, like for back then, like I'm gonna put my nostalgia goggles on for a second. Back then, I thought that shit looked sick. Dude, Bastok looks so much better with these graphic mods. It's actually like insane. Like the stone looks so much better. This borderline looks like 14 fucking assets, except for when you have not. Except for when it's not. Are you cutting out? I feel like you were talking a second ago, and then.
Oh, my internet killed itself.
Oh shit.
That's the shitty thing about this internet that I have now. It's high speed, but just the neighborhood. I don't know if the lines or maybe it's the modem. I don't know exactly, but
call your internet provider. I don't know how it is with you. They try doing that shit in Florida all the fucking time, dude. I have Frontier. Those sons of bitches. They try to rip me up. They were trying so hard to rip me off when I first signed with them. Oh my god, I had to call them just about every other week.
Oh, I'm not paying for the internet, so I don't do two shits.
All right, that's a good deal. I wouldn't really care that much either. All right, I'm gonna read this quest line real quick. So,
but what I was saying is, if I remember correctly, like the Winterstein Nation missions had some global repercussions, like if it were to happen. But the only one that I remember out of the three is Sandoria was like, oh yeah, the world's gonna end if you don't stop this. The other ones were like, oh, some bad shit may happen. Some bad shit will happen. The Sandoria was like, no, the world's gonna end if you don't fucking go do this.
I mean, I think they all kind of divulge into the Shadow Lord shit, but like, yeah, Bastok is pretty much just like, all right, well, we're gonna go to war again, and there's gonna be a bunch of people that are gonna die, so make sure that doesn't happen. That's pretty much what that turns into.
I'll be right back while you're reading that. I'm gonna go get some leftover pizza.
Oh, heard that. Sounds tasty. All right. You've been assigned to investigate the Faded Crystals. There are many strange phenomenons associated with that place, as you've heard. I've scanned that area and I've found there is a strong crystal resonance on a straight line between the structure and Juno. Between that structure and Juno. Excuse me. For now, I'm calling it the Crystal Line. Never mind. You're getting that blank expression on your face again. I'll skip the details. There are 3 places near the structure where you can get faded crystals. They're shining raised platforms called telepoints. Place a crystal on a telepoint, and the crystal will be drained of its power. Do that, and bring back the faded crystal to me. Oh, one more thing. To put that crystal on a telepoint, use trade. Oh, so just any crystal? Is that what that is? I don't remember. Trade. Oh, yeah, so it's just one crystal. Nice. No! Oh yeah, I don't think I've been in here since. I wonder if they changed this. Ooh, look at that. That looks sick. Actually, my fucking character looks sick now. Look at this. My man. Look at that. Hell yeah, that's right. I'm a fucking red mage. I'm a red mage, people. Oh yeah, I should probably unmute myself. Damn it. I should have taken that quest before I went out there. Alright, maybe I should start watching Aliens now. Like we were gonna do.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
The 2017 New York Times article, in my mind, made that was a big shift, because when the New York Times is reporting about it and saying that this is major news and this is real and there's video evidence that they can't ignore, when you talk to high-level people at the government and people like Commander David Fravor, who had that infamous spotting off of the coast of San Diego, when you hear about people like that that are very reputable, it starts to change the conversation in a lot of people's eyes.
Right. See, it used to be that one person would see something in the sky and say, look, Martha, look, there's something up there. Now things have changed. Now we have multiple sightings by multiple modes. That is the gold standard for looking for these objects. Not just one person, but several people that are reputable. Not just radar, but visual sighting, infrared sensors, telescopic evidence. Now we have multiple sightings by multiple modes, and so the burden of proof has shifted. It used to be the burden of proof was on the people who believed in UFOs. They saw something, prove it. Now the burden of proof has shifted to the Pentagon, to the military. Now they have to prove that these aren't extraterrestrial. And so I think there's been a sea change in the last just several years. 50 years ago, there was a congressional hearing, and it was coming out of Project Blue Book. And there was a lot of laughter and a lot of jokes about little green men in outer space. 50 years ago, that's the way it was. Now, things have changed. Now people are looking at are they a threat militarily? What kinds of sensors do we have? What kind of metrics do we have? We now have, frame by frame, an analysis of these objects. These objects travel between Mach 5 and Mach 20. That's 20 times the speed of sound. These objects can zigzag, and we can measure the g-force inside this object. The g-forces are several hundred times the force of gravity. In other words, any living person's bones would be crushed by these objects, so they're probably drones of some sort. These objects can drop 70,000 feet in a few seconds. Think about that. It can drop a tremendous distance in just a few seconds, and they can go underwater. This is something that we didn't realize before, but yes, they can actually go underwater. And they also move without creating an exhaust or breaking the sound barrier. So these are things that we can now document frame by frame looking at these videotapes.
So for yourself, what was the shift? And how did you feel about UFOs, say like 10, 15 years ago?
Well, there is this giggle factor, and it's the third rail, of course, of your scientific reputation, if you believe in these things. But the evidence is accumulating over the last several years. Now, when I was first approached by Carolyn Corey, the producer of this film, A Tear in the Sky, I was skeptical. I said to myself, come on. I mean, 5 days? 5 days you're going to look for flying saucers in the sky? What happened?
Say that again?
I was saying, let's see if I can go find where I need to go in Arapago Reef to unlock Puppet Master.
Heard that. I finally started listening to Joe Rogan. Oh, fuck. I forgot to grab a goddamn warp crystal. Or warp scroll.
My stupid ring.
I think I've got it, actually. I think. I don't know. I hope I did. Oh, I did. Look at that. All right, sweet. Good call. Good call.
I mean, 5 days? 5 days you're going to look for flying saucers in the sky? What happens if the aliens are camera shy and they don't show up in 5 days? So I was pleasantly surprised when they actually found something. They actually have photographic evidence of objects that can gyrate just the way the Pentagon has said. And so we now have a sea change. A center of gravity has changed with regards to looking at these objects. We no longer simply look at one individual seeing something in the sky. No, we demand hours of videotape, multiple sightings by multiple modes. That's the gold standard now.
So what do you think is happening? Do you think that this is something that maybe another government from another country has created that far surpasses our abilities, or do you think this is coming from somewhere else?
Well, the Pentagon...
I'm blaming you.
Wait, for what? What am I getting blamed for?
I don't think I grabbed a survival guide or a home point crystal in
Oh no.
Oregon.
That sounds like something I do for sure. You definitely got me there. All right.
One has listed, I think, 5 different options.
A home nation, then.
One option.
Teleport to Wajumwe Woodlands again.
Thank God. Thank God you mentioned that warp ring. I forgot all about that shit. That would have been super annoying. Oh, and I'm in the Metalworks too. Wait, what the fuck? And I'm in the Metalworks?
From somewhere else.
Well, the Pentagon has listed, I think, 5 different options. One.
Oh, unironically too. So I was looking at it the other day. I don't know how much you've ever. I don't know if you've ever fucked with it. Have you ever played Poke MMO? Oh no.
You just cut out extremely a whole lot.
Wait, I did? No way.
Probably my internet, but you just cut out. Only thing, last thing I heard was, I don't know if you like to fuck or something. It was like, I'm like, yes, I have.
What is that? What is that fucking? What is that meme? It's like, I too like to fuck or something like that. I don't know. That shit's hilarious.
I too like the sex.
Yeah. That's hilarious. I was gonna say, I don't know if you've ever fucking played it before, but have you ever played Poke MMO?
No.
It's actually good. I haven't played it in a long time, and apparently they've made like some pretty drastic updates and stuff. I was like, damn, once I get my Final Fantasy 11 stuff going.
Last Pokemon MMO was the one they had on Steam, pretty much the clone game.
Oh no. So
I never played it though.
Poke MMO is like, unironically, because I remember Pokemon, like when they first started making them, the Pokemon company wasn't just sending cease and desist letters. Sometimes they were actually like suing people. So I have no clue. I actually don't understand how Poke MMO has stayed alive this long, because like they must have contacted a lawyer and like they must have just changed certain things in a way to where it's like they can get away with it legally.
Or they're hosted in a country that Nintendo can't do shit about.
That could actually probably very well be a thing. But like it's crazy because they sell shit too. Like it's not, they don't sell like anything that beats the game. They just sell like skins and shit. And then like some Pokemon, but you still have to level them up because they start off at a low level, and it takes it's kind of grindy, but it's pretty fun. But they've got like 3 different regions you can start. It's actually it's like a real Pokemon game, but what they did, it's super cool. They've like let's say you want to start in like the original one, like the Kanto region. You start there, you obviously pick like the 3 starters. And you go through it kind of like you normally would, but like in an MMO, you can battle people, you can trade with people. Like it works like that. It's a little bit more grindy. It's a little bit harder for sure. But like they've added,
that's the biggest
extra...
thing that turned me off of MMO. Not even MMOs. Pokemon game was the trainers, like the ones that you could not avoid. Like,
oh, you can
understand. You can avoid some of them, but there's always in each zone or whatever. There's like a minimum like X amount of trainers you have to fight.
Yeah, I think that's still the case for some of it, but like the fights feel better because they're way more rewarding. And then sometimes you actually want to go back and fight them because they're good for experience. Like the gyms don't fuck around. Like they're harder for sure. And I think sometimes they might even have like different Pokemon from the original depending on your level, because I think you can even go back and fight the gyms. But it's like it's really cool because like they've added like story elements. Like you have like cutscenes in it. You'll be in like, I think because each region uses like it's weird. You have to have the emulator stuff for it because it kind of runs off the emulator system. But then you'll have like full blown like cutscenes that they've like custom made. And like sometimes even like different zones that they've just incorporated into like, I'm going to guess like, I don't know what files they have, but it would be like DAT files for us or something like that. Where they've like modified maps or even added maps and stuff like that. It's actually, and it's 100% free to play too. It's pretty fucking sick. I haven't played it in a long time. They used to have, funny enough, we were talking about mobile games earlier. They used to have a port for it where you could actually play it on your phone, and it plays really well on the phone too. I'll throw that out there. And it's still 100% free to play. I used to like go on PC and play it. There's a couple. I think what was it like before I quit streaming the first time? Just because my job. Like I mean, you see how my job is now. I barely fucking stream it all now. But back when I was like actually was streaming a lot more, I think I played it like a little bit, but because I'd played it in the past, like when it first came out. But it's pretty fun. It's a pretty good take on like what a Pokemon MMO probably should be. One second. I'm going to read this quest dialogue.
I know that's why whatchamacallit got so big, that one that was on Steam.
Oh, yeah.
I don't remember what it's called. But...
Temtem. I know because I played it. It was really promising, except I don't think you could... you couldn't trade with people, and I don't think you could actually chat with people. For some reason, they had some systems that like weren't implemented for some reason, and it really kind of killed, like everything else was so cool about it, but those systems they had like kind of killed the feeling of the game. Like it started to feel more like a single player MMO, or actually an RPG MMO, to be 100% fair. I think like all you could do was just battle with people. You couldn't even have like at least when I played it, you couldn't have like full conversations with them at the time. And that to me, like,
well, it also released, it was what, early access, like you could only get to like the second or third part of the game itself at the time too, when it first released anyways.
No, you're right. But it was still like, dude, you'd have been surprised. It was still a ton of content. Because I streamed that one a little bit too.
I know. I watched my buddy played it.
Yeah, I mean, like all the
I can't remember. He was trying to farm one for like the third gym or third dungeon or whatever. I don't remember what they are.
Yeah, I don't remember either.
But yeah, he was trying to farm a special. Well, they're not Pokemon, but special monster to go fight the gym because he couldn't beat it with his current setup.
Yeah, no, I mean it was fun. Like it had fun elements to it, but it still kind of had that like single player vibe because like when you can't really chat with anyone, like it kind of kills the MMO thing that they kind of promised, Actually,
you could with people.
They had short chat from what I remember, and like it wasn't very customizable. And then on top of that, I don't think you could trade either. All you could do was battle, from what I remember. which is like you're kind of like knocking out two big things from like an MMO experience. You know what I'm saying? Give me.
Yeah, but at the oh, okay.
No, your thing. Say what you're gonna say.
I was say at the same time, do you really want to give people the ability to trade?
Fuck yeah, it's an MMO. PokeMMO does it, and it's fucking. They like I said, like I think there's ways to do things right. I think developers don't want to do it because it's harder. Personally,
the biggest thing with them, I think, was they wanted new people to actually stay and play the game instead of their buddy who's already high level come and give them all the award-winning Pokemon.
I mean, it wasn't out very long. I could see maybe if it became a problem, like once you got to a certain level, or actually just put a hard cap on it. If you're at a certain point in the game, make it so you can't like trade. Or actually, Final Fantasy XI did it, right? They made like certain items that you can't trade to people, right? You can still do like the high rare quality things, you know. Or maybe if a person hasn't gotten access to a certain area, you can't trade them a certain mon or something. I don't know. I feel like there's ways you could go around it. But anyways, okay, 1 second. All right, let's get this fucking quest done. Ah, it's you. You remember what I asked you for, or asked you to do, right? Oh shit, do I gotta trade it to him? Yep. Good, you brought back a faded crystal. As I thought, its pattern of deterioration is almost identical to the one found in Bidoof. I never know how to say that. Bidux? Bidoof. Bidet. Huh. I just don't know what to make of all the strange occurrences that have been happening lately. I wonder if this has anything to do with the shattered telepoint we discovered recently. Oh, sorry. Just talking to myself. Good job. You can... Wait. Can I ask you to do something else for me? Do you remember Volker? He came here when you were reporting the results of your first mission to me. It would be best if you could deliver this to him personally, but he's a busy man and hard to find. Give it to one of his Mithril Musketeers instead. Aim and Naji should be on guard near the President's office. Either one will do. Obtained key item. Alright. Got that key item. We're ready to go. What the fuck? Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Are you okay?
I don't know anymore, actually. We're going to AIM. Fuck you, Naji. God, this area in particular, like Bastock Metalworks, with like all the stones so close together, it just looks so much better with these mods, dude. Oh my god. Because you can see like all the different stone textures. It is so noticeable.
I'm trying to walk through a high-level zone without sneaker and viz pots, so...
Oh, good. Actually, good luck. That's always a task. Oh, damn, I just clipped, did I just clip it? No, I didn't.
As long as farmers are up, I don't think they spawn right now. That should be good.
There she is. AIM, I'm gonna say it right now. AIM, best girl.
Amy?
No, AIM. AYAME.
Or Ayami?
I always said AIM. I don't know. Maybe you're right. Maybe I'm uncultured.
You cultured swine. This normal plebeian.
Dude, what is it? I forgot the name of the one place. Sid, he says like it's like I've never known how to say it. It was like Badoo or something like that.
Beto?
Yeah, Beto. Okay, Beto. That's another way to say it. I just called it bidet back in the day. All right, 1 second. It is a pleasure to... Oh, you have a Bastock Trust permit. I'm assisting the Juno Institute of Magical Studies in gathering data on the new trust magic. Oh, shit, she's giving me trust shit. One of my duties as a ranking member of the Mithril Musketeers is to ensure that we are ready for any eventuality. And it is my firm belief that this new discovery may serve us well. It is my fervent hope that it will aid us in our struggle against the Beastman Confederate. If not, perhaps it can at least be used to assist with some of our more menial tasks. If possible, I would like to enlist your aid in this endeavor. But unfortunately, it seems like magic will require a bond between us, a bond we do not yet share. There are other things you must take care of first. I wish you the best in your efforts to protect Bastock. Bitch! Okay, there we go. You have a letter from the chief engineer? May I see it? This is a report on the investigation of the Crystal Line. It is addressed to our captain. This might mean our company is moving out soon. Thank you for bringing this to me. Your presence is very much appreciated. The chief is a little busy these days to do such chores himself. His graphic mods look way better with this. Holy shit. I must ask you one thing, though. Why did you bring this to me and not Naji? He is also a Mithril Musketeer, and posted closer to the entrance. Bitch, you know why. Because I felt like it. Oh, well, no matter. Good work. Alright, now can I get her? It is a pleasure to... Okay, blah, blah, blah. Trust magic. Duties, member eventuality, service well. Heaven, home, it's possible I would like to enlist your endeavor. Oh, okay, still can't get her yet. Well, it's fun while it lasted. Okay.
Damn it. Now I have to wait an hour.
An hour? For what?
Yeah. You gotta wait till the next game day for Puppet Master after you complete the quest. Go get it.
Oh, really? That sucks.
Hey, at least it's only next game day. They changed a lot of the shit. You used to have to whatchamacallit, JP Midnight.
Oh, really? Fuck.
You don't remember that?
I don't remember shit. Actually, you know what? Was it for Puppet Master? I don't really think I played much Puppet Master. I don't even remember if I unlocked it. Like I was like, I don't know. I liked Summoner. So I didn't. And then I did Dragoon too. So I don't know. I don't really think Puppet Master was ever like on my list of jobs that I had like leveled up or really played that much.
No,
You gotta remember,
mouse.
I was like, you gotta remember too, I was like I was casual for like kind of back then. Because I was also like a dumbass little kid. So it wasn't like I wasn't like top tier rating or anything in like Dynamis. I mean, I did raid in Dynamis, but I wasn't like part of one of those link shells.
Get Biako for a mount right now, buddy.
Biako? What? Where?
The login points after you get your chocobo, there's a quest you can do to unlock your mounts, and then after you do that, you go trade him the mounts. You get iron.
Oh, yeah,
Iron
I've got a few of those. I've got like probably 4 or 5 of them. But I
for
just
the
don't
login points, there's Biako and then an Iron Giant.
Oh, that's sick. Sweet. I get the emissary. I don't have to do waiting beasts. Fuck that. because I already traded those crystals in. Nice.
Wait, what?
2-3, here we come.
Apparently, you can buy a bunch of the deeds to go pop Absolute Virtue. First, second, third.
Yeah, you don't have to farm any of that shit anymore, right? You just get the. You just
no, it's just for the login points for this month.
Mm.
If you want to go kill Absolute Virtue normally, like you have to go farm it all still.
Oh,
like
true.
even with Kieran, like yeah, you can buy it from people's bazaars and stuff, but if you want to, go kill Kieran, you actually still have to go farm the pop or use the pop item.
Interesting.
All right, now that I have let's go log on actually my main character.
Let's do this.
And just for shites and giggles, let's go do some BCNMs. Here, I'll even do this.
Okay, give me 1 second. I'm gonna read this. I think this is gonna be a long quest dialogue. Give me 1 second. Try to knock this out. You've acquired quite a reputation. There's a new mission for you to tackle. First, speak to Sir Naji of the Mithril Musketeers at the President's office. This mission is of great importance to the welfare of our nation. That's a fucking weird typo. Yes, I'll accept. Good to see you again. I hear you're going overseas. Usually, I would be giving you orders, but this time the President's aide wants to meet with you in person. I don't know if the missions you've been on so far were tough for you, but this time I'm sure it's going to be a real challenge. I mean, you're going to have to go to both Sandoria and Windurst. There's Iron Eater. Look at him. He looks dope, actually. It's not like going somewhere nearby, like Gusterberg or Kronstadt Highlands. You'll have to travel by sea, too. This is the President's room. Holy fuck. This is the President's room. Remember to be polite. Oh, and make sure you don't say anything that might offend him. He's really touchy. We have been expecting you. I remember meeting you after your first mission. Let me introduce you. This is Sir Karst. President Karst. This is how you will dress me. Lucius, what was that about a first mission? The report from the Zurin mine, sir. About the Tailkeeper. Those Galka again. I was not informed you had met with the messenger, Lucius. I did not feel it was necessary to bother you with such trivial matters, sir. President Lucius. My apologies. I am sorry for not having informed you about the Galka, Mr. President. No matter. Here are your orders. As you know, there are 3 other nations aside from our own in Vanadil. The Kingdom of Sandoria, the Federation of Windurst, and the Grand Duchy of Juno. Juno is still professing neutrality, so I want you to go to Sandoria and Windurst. It does not matter which one you go to first, as long as you go to both. I will give you a letter of introduction, which you will present to the consult in both nations. Any questions? Why am I being sent? Why? Officially to promote friendship between our nations. In reality, to investigate the internal state of those countries and also to train you. Any other questions? What do I do once I get there? The consuls in each country will tell you. Don't worry, we are not asking you to spy. The jobs you will be given will benefit these countries as much as ours. Any other questions? Why did you call me here? I do not trust my subordinates, so I prefer to give the most important orders myself. That is all you need to know. Okay, well, no questions. Good. Lucius, the letter. This is your letter of introduction. Present it to the consuls and they will give you further instructions. Those are your orders. Depart quickly. You are dismissed. What is this? A matter of importance unrelated to the previous incidents you were involved in? Ah, you seek Leon. Of course I know her. The one who strong-armed her way in here seeking an audience, right? That's right. I remember Lucius speaking with her a great deal. Quad of this, quad of that. 'Tis a wonder I did not pass out from the tiresome repetition. It simply would not do for me to trouble the president with this matter, so I answered her to the best of my ability. It simply would not do for me to trouble the president with this matter, so I answered her to the best... fuck. And what's your connection with her? Ah, and you expect she could provide you with the answer? Unfortunately, you will not find her here. My understanding is that she departed some time ago, bound for either Windurst or Sandoria. Side note, it's kind of cool how they, like, intertwined, because this is, like, Rhapsody shit. I know this wasn't, like, part of the original questline. Perhaps you will come across her in the course of your activities. So, how did it go? Did the president nag at you? I still can't believe that Chief Sid actually backed the guy during the elections. Oops, you didn't hear me say that, okay? I gotta go. Good luck on your mission. Sweet. Okay. Okay, so...
You want to see how easy this PCNM is on Puppet Master?
Yeah, let's take a look. Hold on a second.
As long as I don't DC in the middle of it.
Heh.
That'll be fun. An RP Palboro?
I suppose I should end up going to... I'll just have to tell...
Shrine.
I guess I'll have to teleport
Palboro.
to... Selbina is probably the best place to go first.
Or you doing 2-3?
Yep.
Just talk to the person and do level 99 content or below and go to East Ronfar. Or go to...
Even if I haven't been there yet?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Save yourself like 2.5 hours of walking around.
I was just gonna teleport to I didn't know you could do that. I was just gonna
talk to that person at the gate, that Igsil or whatever their name is.
Yeah, I did that to teleport to Kronstadt Highlands, but I didn't know. I thought you had to like have gone to the area first.
No.
Oh, that's way faster then.
It took me about 25 minutes once I actually started to do all of 2-3.
Interesting. Okay. Oh, are you like... Wait, are you redoing 2-3? I thought you said you already did it.
No, I did it on that other character.
Oh, okay, different character. Gotcha.
See, look what I'm wearing.
Nothing. What, is the puppet just gonna tank it and fucking kill it at the same time?
I'm gonna come right here.
Oh, is this for Kraken's Club?
Yep. These up. So the attachments I have on there, the light maneuvers gives them a strong regen effect. So pretty much counteracts the amount of damage he's taking. And then since the guy has so much evasion naturally, it'll take 5 to 10 minutes to solo it, but it's pretty much this is what I do, or what you do.
Interesting.
Oh, look, light maneuvers going down. Repop it. Pretty much because its evasion is so high and the puppet masters the skill, plus I'm not wearing any gear or anything like that, but pretty much have to wait till my puppet gets beat to get enough TP to weapon skill, and each weapon skill percent of the HP off. Oh, yeah. That one took a lot more.
Holy
Went
fuck.
from 92 to 75.
Dude, Lethene Plateau looks so different.
Oh, you went to Lethene? You didn't go straight up to East Ronfar?
I like doing Ronfar last. That's like my...
Oh, then you should have went to Saru Taruba then to go to... If you like doing Sandoria last, you should have went to Saru Taruba.
Or no, not Sandor. I normally do... I don't know why. I've always kind of done it that way. I always do the Windurst one last.
Oh, yeah, you should have went directly to East Ronfar then and
Dude,
zone into...
Lethene looks so good now, though. With these textures. Oh my god. Like the trees and shit. Unironically. Oh shit.
The only other way that people, before they added a couple of these attachments, the only other way people that used to know how to beat this was you could solo it on Red Mage, but you needed to use Chain Spell.
I feel like, yeah, I remember that strategy. That was like what a lot of people would do.
The main strategy was either it was a Red Mage and 2 Black Mage. Was usually the main strategy. You had the Red Mage do Gravity and Paralyze and all that, and the Black Mages would just cast the whole time and kite it. You can run it back and forth. Because I don't think there's any way melee comp could beat this guy. Because when you first fight him, because he has 8 arms or whatever, so it's like 8 times per attack round.
It's interesting.
So every like 10% of HP that you take him down, he loses a tentacle. So he loses his attack speed, but his attack goes up.
Yeah. It's funny. I never got a Kraken Club, and I don't even think, honest to God, I remember when people were telling me the odds of it because I kind of like I didn't play as much as everyone else. I think maybe I did the fight like once or twice. I don't remember. I don't remember doing it a lot. I know people who fucking really farmed it like nonstop, but that was never me. Although, to be fair, people who did have the Kraken Club, that was the fucking shit. Dude, this looks so good.
I was in, because I hopped in my other Link Shell's Discord over and was just asking them, like, I'm just leveling up this mule just so I can, sell the silver vouchers, because that's, 2 to 3 mil, 3 mil every couple, month or two.
Yeah.
So it's like might as well do it. But yeah, and that was like the other thing. I'm like I'm trying to unlock Puppet, so I can just go, spam up in arms every, if I log on every day for every month, that's like another 6 to 7 runs a month. And one of my buddies just spent 10,000 seals and didn't get a drop.
You guys had like the fucking money making plan. And like I don't know, that was the thing. Like like I said, even my link shell, we weren't like there were people who were less casual in my link shell for sure. But I feel like a lot of the people who were in my link shell were like, I don't know. I feel like a lot of them were like probably more casual than I was, unironically.
I essentially was casual because I didn't do. I mean, I did end game. Like I did, once a while go up to sky, go farming, or go down to sea, go farm. Rarely would do dynamics because the first couple times after I got the first couple city wins, I just had bad experiences in there. Plus, it was boring at level 75 in my opinion.
I see. That's weird. Well, also too, I was on my favorite thing with like Dynamis was being on, I forgot what it was. I don't remember if it was Ventrilo or TeamSpeak or what the fuck it was we used back then. But like we had like a custom like chat software. And I used to think that shit was funny because like there were some members of like our static who would like, you had like the really chill people, but then you also had like, because Dynamis runs were like fucking 2.5, 3 hours long. Like you had people who would legit like fucking like nerd rage troll, like just get so pissed when people were like fucking up. And so like, I don't know, I would just go and start trolling when that would happen. And I used to get a kick out of it. I thought that shit was hilarious.
Yeah, and that too. There was, the do with Dynamics. Like one of them was just, after the first couple runs, I figured, just from the way the link shell leaders and the officers talked, it's like if you weren't buddies with them, trying to suck on their, dick the entire time, you weren't going to get shit from this link shell. So that's another reason why I quit that link shell specifically.
Yeah, like like I said, there's definitely things like that. Like I don't know, maybe I was just like, maybe they didn't have like high enough expectations for me from the get-go, because like I said, my thing was like, one, I was like, I did higher end content, I was more casual about it. And then on top of that, I would always talk shit to people. I was always the guy who would just like, well, kid, I should say. Maybe that's another reason too. They had
You
less.
ready for me to not make any money?
Oh no. All right, let's see it. What are we looking at? Is it on screen? Oh, we got black pearls, gold ingots.
Nope, no Kraken Club.
How hard is it to get now? Is it still like a super rare drop?
It's like a 0.03 or something like that. So
Yeah, that's not the easiest. That sounds like fucking Diablo Immortal shit.
oh look, I can give you this neck for your red mage.
What is it?
Oh, right here.
Oh, nice. A little intelligence 3. Dude, I forgot to fucking put my fans on high, and my laptop was getting a little warm there. My shit. My CPU literally just went down like 12 degrees. The only bad thing about using a laptop is like, and this is like the problem I run into, is like power management. Damn, I will say these fucking mods do a lot better for like Sandoria. I'm willing to bet. Like a lot of these zones, like Ronfair, and I'm willing to bet Sandoria probably looks really good too. Oh yeah, Jagged Ear Jack. Wonder if I can get his ass.
You know, to this day, I've never gotten that necklace.
Yeah.
I used to, because I had Thief, so it's like, okay, I need to get that necklace for Thief, because people are like, oh, you need that necklace if you want to do mat fight on Thief. So back at 75, I was like, I didn't need to do the mat fight, but I wanted to do it, so...
I leveled up Thief just to get the fucking charm. Or whatever the fuck it is. I know whatever the thing is he drops. I can't remember what it's called, but the
rabbit charm.
Yeah, it is. Okay, so it is the is the charm.
Plus, it used to sell for like. Okay.
You know, that is the thing though. Like I really liked. When we talked about that last time about like the gear progression. I love the fact that they like each zone kind of had something that was like. You could go and try to farm it, and it was like super valuable. I think that's like it was just super fun to have in game. But yeah, I used to get Jagged Ear Jack to spawn so much, and like I killed him so many times, and I never got.
I gave up. Yeah, I gave up after probably about 20 kills. I gave up.
I legit probably gave up after like 200. I don't know how many times I killed him. I killed him so many times.
Well, it got to the point where it's like, I can go farm other stuff quicker and just buy the charm. Because Jagged Ear Jack had a 2-hour respawn. Like, you had to wait 2 hours every time he spawned and died.
Well, that's what that's what I would do. I would go into, I would go here and then try to farm Jagged Ear Jack, and then I would just run my happy ass back to Dunes. And then go like do partying. That's pretty much. Or while like there were times, like there were like a couple times when like the partying shit was taking forever. So I would just come run here and just keep my my party flag up, and then just wait for someone to add me. Oh, my skin. Oh, there that little son of a bitch is. He's way outside the zone. What the hell?
Was he up?
Yeah, he's up, but he's like far away from. He's kind of far away from his spawn point.
No, that's a spawn point. His placeholder can spawn over there. I've killed him there plenty of times, right in front of the outpost.
Really? I thought he was closer. Oh shit! There's someone here. Here he is. I'm gonna claim his ass.
Oh, claim him and then turn.
Why?
Don't, and then go to your quests. There's a subligation. If you go to the quests, objective list, it's combat regional, and under number 1.
Oh, Jagged Ear Jack, look at that. Good call. This guy's pissed. He's so mad. How mad. I killed him. The guy's like, drop. I'm like, nah, it didn't drop. Oh, wait, is that? No, that's not you. You're not a different character. That guy was definitely farming, though. He was pissed, too. I grabbed it right from him. He was like right behind. I could see him. I could see him coming too. Okay, I need to run my happy ass too. Actually, maybe Goliath Beetle's up. Might as well. Take the time out to go.
What should I do? Still got like 20 minutes before day change, so I can't. Check the office.
Oh, wait,
Oh, yeah, see, look at that. See my guild now?
What is it? Oh.
So did you see my guild now?
Yeah, I do see your guild now, actually.
If I wanted to with that guild, I can go buy one of the 2 pieces I need from Monk. For the TP set anyways.
As like a high... So like, So when it comes to like high-end, like max level gear, right? Is it still like tradable or like sellable? Or is it like just one of those things you get like a quota?
Oh, there's rare EX stuff that you have to, you know, some of it you have to kill a certain mob and then your guild.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, is it one of those things where it's like, basically best in slot is everything is going to be rare EX. You can't trade it. You can't sell. Oh, okay, cool.
Because like right here, so they have JSE next now that you can augment. So
Yeah.
here's the Monk one.
Oh, but you can sell it and shit?
Yeah, well, it's crafted.
Oh, okay.
And then you can augment. When I bought this neck, it was more than 35 mil.
Jesus.
When I bought the neck, I think it was closer to 60 mil. But like here's here's Red Mage. And then you do the new dynamics to augment it, to level it up.
Yeah. That magic accuracy, though.
And then like here's like armor. What do I need? I need the Kendatsuba legs, I think is what I need for...
You want to know something real funny?
Monk.
The first time I leveled up Black Mage, I didn't fucking... I pretty much maxed out my intelligence and like magic damage gear, and I didn't fucking put anything into magic accuracy because I didn't like understand it the first time I did it. Like it took me forever to, like it was like the what is it, the Igura Westskit and shit like that. I remember back in the day like getting that shit was hard, and like I got all that gear and I didn't have any magic accuracy. My shit was I was like the worst Black Mage, and I like tried going to a Dynamis party and they checked my gear and they're like, yo, you're not gonna do shit for damage. I was like, what do you mean? I've got like all this top tier gear. And they're like, hell no.
Oh, back in the day, magic accuracy wasn't really for damage, it was more for landing enfeebling.
But it was like it was almost like what direct hit is for like in like Final Fantasy 14, where like you're at like your average damage amount, like that multiplier was like part of that. You had to have like a certain amount of magic accuracy, and I just didn't have any.
I don't remember most gear back in the day even having magic accuracy.
I remember
pieces, but
I remember I like didn't have shit for magic accuracy, and it was fucking me big time.
You needed to have all the elemental staff. If you're a Black Mage, you needed to have all the elemental staffs. And if you were really like hardcore Black Mage, you needed to go farm all the OBs with the different elements. And then basically your main attack body was the Igura Westskit.
Obtained. What is the dial key? Sharp A flat? Sharp AB?
I don't know. Go trade it to, or I don't know if you've been. I don't know if your character's old enough to talk to the goblins yet. You can't do the Gamba. You can't Gamba yet. You're not old enough.
Take on the. We hope you enjoy the complimentary little gift courtesy of the citizens of Vanadil. Obtained dial.
It's a daily thing. You log in once a day and you get that key, and you're able to go give it to the trade it to the goblin.
That's weird. I've been logged in for a minute. It was like right when I got into Sandoria.
Well, yeah, when you zone, so probably the event probably just started. So when you zone, you get.
Yeah, that makes sense. Look at that piece of gear. That is the weirdest fucking thing I've ever seen.
Oh, the word mask. That's his transmog. He has a Tizona banana, the golden banana.
That is a.
Well, before I zone out into Ottbergen, let's check the region.
Damn, I was thinking. I guess now that I think about it, Sandoria kind of was like already the better looking zone to begin with. Like their tiles, I think probably looked a little better. The grass looks a little different, and the trees look a little bit better. But most of these these square panels already kind of look good. It doesn't feel like it looks too much different. Huh.
Yeah, I just got a key too because I zoned, and then I'm going to go zone in and trade it to a goblin, and not get anything good because I don't even know what abjuration.
Goblins.
AB is abjurations. No, AJ is abjuration. I don't know what the AB dial was for.
Oh shit! I need to get all the teleports.
You don't need to get them all. Just at least one where you can go back if you need to.
Nah, we're doing this. We're doing this. Okay, my map should show me, I think. Got one there, one there, one there, and one over there.
Oh, you looking at my stream or Discord?
Yeah, I'm looking at your stream.
So these goblins that have the chest next to them in towns, you talk to them, special dial, and he's like, "Oh, we'll do it without doing ounce of your daily login points." Okay, AJ is abjuration. So let's say abjuration gear again. Why are they doing that event again?
Interesting.
You get some of the best abjurations in the game for your characters right now. Open the box of profit. This is what I mean by Gamba. You can do this once a day. Special daily.
Oh, look at that. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Oh my god. Wild grass seeds. Completely useless.
Okay. So funny, me looking at that, it makes so much more sense when I see you do it, then it clicks more. But if there's something that I haven't physically done yet, and you explain it, it literally it's 100%.
I don't know if you can trade the key since you're haven't been logged on long enough, because I think your character has to be 45 days old before you can start doing that.
Oh yeah, there's no way. Here we go. Got that one. You know what's funny? There are some pieces of gear in 14 that are, I forgot, that are kind of mimicked off of gear in 11 that I completely forgot about because I hadn't seen it in so long, and I just I don't know, it's just funny to me because 14 literally took, and it's still kind of actually I'd say it's a little bit different now, but it literally took so much, even in 2.0 it took so much from 11. Actually, I kind of wish 14 would take more gear aesthetic wise from 11, because some of that shit looks wonky now. I feel like some of the gear, like most of the stuff is like for guys is like skirts.
And 90% of the gear in 14 doesn't look good.
Yeah, as I say, most of it's like skirts, and then like it's like ultra pointy and shit. Like I don't know what is up with that aesthetic that they have going on, but it's like overly pointy all the time.
I talked to them. Mappy Tito, take my noble Chocobo mount and give it to me.
Alright, so we got all those.
Iron Giant and Biako. Biako not so much. Like the Iron Giant would probably be cool to run around on that. You've probably never seen the Iron Giant mob model.
I think I have.
They didn't exist until Abyssia.
Yeah, but I think I've seen it though. Because I mean, it wasn't like I completely like just didn't pay attention to Final Fantasy XI.
Oh, that's what I should do. I should go switch to Monk or Ninja. Go farm that stupid key item, and then see if anyone wants to buy it.
Dude, that Final Fantasy XI Boomer video hit way too fucking hard. Where's it at? Hold on a second. Where's our general chat at?
So here's the Noble Chocobo from last one.
Oh, that Noble Chocobo you were talking about?
Yeah.
Oh, the purple one. Okay. Okay. I know what you're talking about.
That was from last month's login.
Where the fuck? Oh, here it is. Okay, so we're gonna do this right here.
It's good to be back in San Dorio after all these years.
Hey there, new player. Do you need any help getting started?
The white monster.
Kiddo, I was playing this game since before you were born. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to trade in my adventurer coupon. That 50 gil will go a long way.
I want that Burt game that guy has. Little kid.
Adventure what?
I have an Aegis. Don't have the Burt game though.
This is literally me right now in Sandoria.
There's a lot of people gathered here. I think my Dell Inspiron 1525 will melt with all this lag.
Dude, when I saw all the shields, that shit was fucking hilarious.
You can make 2 mil a month between, or it was a month or a
I'm
week.
Not surprised.
I think it's a
However,
week.
did you get so many Acheron shields?
Between the shields and then the Unity accolades, unless you're using your Unity accolades to like upgrade gear and do the fights.
Are a set of self-imposed challenges with similar rewards, designed to passively reward adventurers as they carry about their adventuring goals.
Yeah, thanks for that, little buddy, but that sounds a little too easy.
I'm gonna log on to my other mule real quick.
I'm sure that the old methods are still
and
the
then
best.
switch back to the other one and
will
start
now
leveling up
prove it.
Puppet Master.
And I will now prove it. It's funny, it's like the bronze Subligar and the bronze sword.
Ooh, money.
Perfect.
More money.
Now I just need 11 more hair meat and I'll be able to afford my bronze harness.
One eternity later.
All of that hard work.
Oh wait, you're
will now
Hugh,
pay
aren't you?
off. Let's
Yeah, I mean,
see how much I can
You're
sell
a
my
male
hair
human
meat.
too. Want these gloves?
what is it? Hold on a second.
Those JSE gloves for ones you can buy. Well, they dropped from DC Homes.
Oh my god,
Dude.
no way, I am rich. I can
In the fucking boomer video, this was literally me talking to. Remember, like the first night I fucking logged in, I went to the auction house and I was like, "What the fuck?" Everything was like thousands of gil, and I was like, "No fucking way." And you're like, "Yeah, wait, no, lol. Everything is like fucking at least 1,000 gil because you make like fucking millions of gil like in just regular farms now."
probably buy a bronze harness +1 for this.
Yeah, a lot of the shit on the auction house is cheaper than when I first played. Like crystals used to be 15k a stack.
Crystals were stupid. Actually, that's how I used to make my money back as like a noob. But
I used to purposely, well, for the longest time on my thief, I used to purposely de-level. While I was farming, before I decided, like, yeah, I want to take thief up all the way to 75, I used to purposely de-level just so I would get experience from when I was farming the bees and the crawlers in Saratoruba. So I'd get the XP so they would drop crystals.
that's so funny.
Hey, that's more. That's another. Even Earth crystals, I think, were like 7,000 or something a stack. So I mean, Earth crystals 7,000 a stack. Beehive chips, 5,000.
It was all. It was all worthwhile. Crystals were like the bread and butter of farming because like there was always going to be a demand for them. It didn't matter what level range. Like it was the one thing you could do, like no matter what, as like a new player, that you could like, you were almost guaranteed to like make some kind of money. Where do I have to fucking, not port.
Is that how you spell your name? Character name?
Yes. Thank you, by the way.
All cheap and useless gear, but you can use it while you're leveling.
Hey. Hey, look, I'm fine with that.
I remember back in the day when the mod house, the delivery box in the mod house was only to receive stuff. If you wanted to send stuff, you had to go talk to the mail person in front of the auction houses.
Oh, you're right. You're 100% right. I forgot about that. Wait, did you just send that from your Moogle?
Yeah.
Oh, man. Yeah, I do remember that. I didn't even think about that. Console of Windows comes to the past dock. Dude, by the way, holy shit. Last Friday when I was playing, and I was like up so fucking late. Dude, I got called to go, like, my girlfriend wanted me to go do, like, some fucking family shit with her. I woke up so fucking early. Well, early compared to when I went to bed. I was so fucking blown. I was like, God damn it, the one day. I was legit so fucking tired. Okay.
Just a quick 3 mil on my mule.
It's so crazy, like how man. I mean, it makes sense. Like the game's not gonna stay the same as it, you know what I mean, as it is forever. But like, holy shit, it's just like such a drastic difference. when you've got 20 years of gil going into the economy.
Yeah, that will do it. Trying to see if this guy has any old equipment on him. This was my woodworking mule. I leveled him up high enough to make like acid bolts and bloody bolts and shihi.
Is Ranger still like a pretty viable job, or is it kind of been overshadowed?
It's really gear dependent. You need, I mean, most everything now people want remas, but that's one of the things where, like, if you have a Kraken club, that's like one of the best jobs to use it on.
Oh yeah, for the machine gun build. That's really cool, actually. I like that.
Well, machine gun build's always been in the game. It's just,
but I'm saying, but like
so few Kraken clubs.
Yeah, but I never, like, Ranger was another one. I think I tried it, but I never, like, really did a lot with it. I knew, what was it with Ranger? Wasn't it, like, the old way to do it? Was people did, like, Ranger / Samurai or something, and basically, like, they would just get, like, TP gear, and they would base, from what I remember, I think they would just try to, like, fucking launch nukes. If anything, it was more like a sniper build.
Yeah, it depends on how, most Rangers, you were laughed at if you were melee, unless you had like a Kraken club. But that was also a Kraken club. They're essentially spamming. Is it Barrage? Is the weapon called? Barrage is the ability, and I don't remember what the weapon skill's called.
I don't remember what it was, but I remember to the extent of, like, when I was playing on a private server, right? And every now and then we would do, like, custom events, and one of the events that we had was Mortal Kombat. And, like, basically we went to I think it was like the Mavopolis BCNM, like, room, and, like, they allowed us to, like, they teleported us all in so we could watch it, but, like, they it came down to, like, the two people who were, like, top two. One of them was a samurai and the other one was a ranger, and I think
you must have not had any good white mages then.
Well,
was this a level 75 server?
Yeah, it's 75 server.
Yeah, you must not have had any good white mages playing then, because my brother used to do 75 PvP all the time.
Oh, he did never... like he did those fucking the server competitions.
Ballista or whatever it's called. They would just go in there and fuck around.
Well,
but he would go in there. He would go in there as white mage / ninja, and no one would be able to kill him because all he would do is paralyze them, and then
Kraken Club.
Blind. Not even Kraken Club. He didn't even use Kraken Club. He used what was it called?
Well, hold on a second. I'm trying to think because I know.
don't remember what it was called.
I know they incorporated like a PvP type thing after I left, I want to say. But like what they used to have this like once a year thing where you had actually, it was like a competition. It was really cool. Basically, fuck, what was it called? They did like server wide, like massive PvP like battles, and it was like trying to see like who you would have like your party and you compete to be like the one that represents your server. I'm pretty positive that's how it worked. And it was like, it was really cool. It was like a once a year thing, and it was, I don't know, for a game that didn't really have PvP, it kind of got people really excited for PvP because it was like you got bragging rights for like the whole year, or maybe there was a prize to it or something. I don't really remember. I never did it, but like, I don't know. I remember that being like a big thing.
I don't. Doesn't even ring a bell. Doesn't even sound familiar.
What was that called? I don't know when they ended that, to be honest. Because, hold on a second. I'm gonna figure this out right quick. 11 PvP. Player competition. What was that called?
They had Bastilla, but that wasn't. Old Claymore. What's up? What is that? Is that the relic?
Fuck, this one's from 2011. This is like way before that. This is like, we're talking like 2005, maybe 2004. I would have to dig through. I'll find it eventually, but I'm not gonna do it right now. I'd have to dig through forums and shit.
For synergy. That's what it's used to make. I want to get a synergist to make these weapons. Those are probably some of the better looking.
Okay, give me 1 second. I'm gonna read quest dialogue. You're here with business from the administration, correct? You should probably talk to the consul, Halaku. Really? You don't say. Thank you. Oh, there she is. Our girl. Best girl. You've come all the way from Bastok, have you? I'm Leon, a traveling adventurer, you might say. Have you heard? The orcs have a new forward base in Gelspa, to the northwest. Now their greedy eyes are turned towards this land. Holy shit. Orcs are cruel and violent. They attack wayfarers on the road and steal children, all to inspire terror in the Sandorian people. But there's one thing that just doesn't make sense. Orcs never were known for their craft, but they carry even better armor and weapons lately. I suspect there's someone behind the orcs, pulling the strings, if you get me. Someone has to figure out their plans and take action before the country falls to an orcish invasion. People whisper in the streets of trouble in the royal house. They should focus on what's outside their walls first, if you ask me. Well, I don't expect things will be getting any easier around here for a while yet, but you take care, all the same. Just tap her from like 10 feet away. There's something else? You say my father told you to seek me out? Oh yeah, the Rhapsody stuff. I've been trying to figure out as much as I can about the strange portals that link our Vana'diel to another dimension. But we've got other problems to deal with first. Let's worry about it once we've finished our current mission. I'll meet you at the Crag of Hala and Lathine Plateau once we've got the burden off our shoulders. Or we can catch up at Dem or me, if that's preferable to you. Remember to see the missions posed to you by your home nation to completion first, though. Look at that. TJ finally. Look at that. TJ finally passed out. You want to speak of a casual fucking gamer? That guy plays the most casual games. So that other Discord I was in that one time when I was talking to people, there's a couple of them that like they're part of, but dude, sometimes I'll go and just chill with them. They literally play fucking golf simulators. It is the fucking craziest thing. I've never seen it.
What in the crack?
It's. I'll go in there and joke with them all the time and be like, "Wow, it's a beautiful day out. It's a great day to play golf," and it'll be like 2:30 in the morning.
I mean, it's just like the people who sit there and play American Truck Simulator and stuff like that. It's like, really?
Yeah, I guess that's actually pretty accurate. That's pretty funny though. I will say, what was it? The Flight Simulator, when that first came out, that looked fucking cool. I mean, you would have had to have like one like a fucking badass PC and then like the actual setup to like make it really realistic. But if you had that, that was probably pretty sweet.
Flight Simulator was always designed to be more of an actual like training program too.
Yeah, no, but that's what I'm saying. That's why it was cool. Like if you had the setup to like make it look like and feel more like visually real, I bet it's pretty badass. Let's see. Hover. All right, I gotta go. Fucking. Hello there. I'm the consul from Bastok. Name's Halaku. You must be tired from your trip, but first, let me get you up to speed on the situation here in Sandoria. Northwest of the city is an orc village. They call it Gelspa Outpost. This looks kind of wonky in the inside. Am I crazy? I don't really like that like art. Huh. Our reports tell us that orcs are using Gelspa as a forward base for an upcoming invasion for Sandoria, but there's a few things that just don't fit. We all know the orcs are beastmen, right? They say they're low on brains would be to say they're low on brains would be an understatement. Which is why I wonder how they came by the high quality armor and weapons they've been using. Not to mention the ranged weapons and devices. We suspect there's someone behind the beastmen calling the shots, but we've no idea who. I wish I could send you to Gelspa immediately, but in this region, official missions require Sandorian approval. What I want you to do is go to Chateau d'Orange. I don't know how the fuck to say that, even if I know a little bit of French. How the fuck? Freak, how do you say the chateau's name? Chateau de... I don't remember. Chateau de...
That one I couldn't tell you.
All right. All right, I tried.
It's like Bastagno Obli or whatever the area underneath it.
Chateau de Oraguer. And speak to Menarles Halver. He'll issue you a formal mission order. That is such a fucking mouthful. Leave this building and you'll see a great fortress to the right. That's Chateau d'Oraguer, and be polite. Sandorians can be quite touchy. Man, unironically, so I gotta see which texture packs I have that are actually activated. It looks like this room looks so wonky. It's like very cartoony, like, but then my character looks kind of more realistic. I feel like this one is like an older texture pack or something. I don't know. I don't fucking know. And then, yeah, and then you come outside and it's like completely different. It's hilarious. So wait, your like favorite city is Sandoria, right?
Story-wise.
Have you ever seen the Wait, am I at the right place? Hold on a second. Ah, fuck, I went to the cathedral. Have you seen the beta of the Chateau before? It's on, I found it on YouTube a while back. It's pretty wild, like how different the beta was.
It's different though.
Yeah, no, it's pretty different. It's like, not only is it different though, but there's like different assets and shit. And like, you can it's like really weird because you can almost kind of see that like the way it's structured, there was like completely different plans for it, I think. I don't know. It's pretty interesting. Damn, the Chateau looks pretty good, though. They didn't fuck around with the textures on this one.
I don't know if someone sits boxing.
You did what?
But there's someone six boxing right there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was looking at that. I was like, I wonder. I like that armor, though. That dark armor. That shit looks cool. All right, one sec. An adventurer from Bastok, are you? Well, you have my respect for coming all the way here. But know you this, our kingdom of Sandoria has no intention of showing a friendly facade to either Bastok or Windurst. How you classless mobs could ever think to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Elven is frankly beyond me. Bitch, I'll kill you. Yet on you come. Impertinent, stuttering shrimps, lumbering oar heads, purring furballs. It's simply unacceptable. But enough of that. Here is your mission. Infiltrate Gelspa Outpost, northwest of Sandoria. In the middle of the Gelspa camps is a place called the Highland Encampment. We want you to defeat the camp head, a war chief Vatgit. You'll find the encampment a little ways into Gelspa. Go in, cross the river, and you'll see the camps up on the ridge to the east. When you've finished, if you aren't orc fodder, report back to your own consulate. We don't take kindly to a foreigner loitering around our chateau, if you get my meaning. The orcs aren't so much of a problem that the kingdom need worry about sending our knights. Let the adventurers clean them up for the pocket change. That is our policy. You look as if You look as if I have asked you to capture a ghost with naught but a paper bag. I must admit that the consulate of Bastok has filled a formal complaint about me issuing demanding edicts to those who are not yet ready. But if there were more capable personnel around, perhaps I would not have to. Let me give you something to further the cause. Oh, nice. Okay. Oh, we get Halver as a alter ego? That's kind of cool. That's interesting. I didn't expect to get Halver as a trust.
You're done with Sandoria. Go to southern Sandoria to the entrance. So you can talk to the Unity NPC there and just warp straight to Windurst. Or, well, sorry, to Ruba.
Oh, yeah, true. It's actually it's a good tip, because I probably wouldn't have done that. All right.
Empress hairpin, assault jerkin.
What are you getting that from? Or is that just like you have that in storage?
I have that in storage on this character. This character's a mule, so like a bunch of shit. Just like, you know.
I thought about going to try to kill the Emperor to get the Emperor's hairpin, but I wasn't sure if it was even worth it.
I have my Swift belt on this character too. Oh, look, there he is.
Oh, wait. Am I supposed to? Okay.
Mark the Herb Bioland.
What is that?
No. Come back into town.
Oh. Yeah, unironically, I think Ron Fair.
You coming back? Or are you just gonna run?
I gotta run to Gelspa Outpost.
Oh, that's right. You gotta go to Geshbel Outpost. You're doing the quest still. I'm thinking you were already done with it.
No. Remember, I was dicking around.
You dicker.
It is crazy. These mods make such a difference for like the areas around Sandoria because of like all the greenery and like the trees and shit. It looks so good. Also, too, now that I have the draw distance like way further away, it's like crazy. Like you still see like that fog that's generated like in this zone, but it looks so much more natural like when you can see things further away, at least for this zone. It's really cool.
Option, of course, is that they're weather balloons or something that can gyrate. Just evidence is accumulating over the last several years. Now, when I was first approached by Carolyn Corey, the producer of this film,
The Joe Rogan Experience.
The 2017 New York Times article, in my mind, made that was a big shift, because when the New York Times is reporting about it and saying that this is major news and this is real and there's video evidence that they can't ignore, when you talk to high-level people at the government and people like Commander David Fravor, who had that infamous spotting off of the coast of San Diego, when you hear about people like that that are very reputable, it starts to change the conversation in a lot of people's eyes.
Right. See, it used to be that one person would see something in the sky and say, look, Martha, look, there's something up there. Now things have changed. Now we have multiple sightings by multiple modes. That is the gold standard for looking for these objects. Not just one person, but several people that are reputable. Not just radar, but visual sighting, infrared sensors, telescopic evidence. Now we have multiple sightings by multiple modes. And so the burden of proof has shifted. It used to be the burden of proof was on the people who believed in UFOs. They saw something, prove it. Now the burden of proof has shifted to the Pentagon, to the military. Now they have to prove that these aren't extraterrestrial. And so I think there's been a sea change in the last just several years. 50 years ago, there was a congressional hearing, and it was coming out of Project Blue Book. And there was a lot of laughter and a lot of jokes about little green men in outer space. 50 years ago, that's the way it was. Now, things have changed. Now people are looking at are they a threat militarily? What kinds of sensors do we have? What kind of metrics do we have? We now have, frame by frame, an analysis of these objects. These objects travel between Mach 5 and Mach 20. That's 20 times the speed of sound. These objects can zigzag, and we can measure the g-force inside this object. The g-forces are several hundred times the force of gravity. In other words, any living person's bones would be crushed by these objects, so they're probably drones of some sort. These objects can drop 70,000 feet in a few seconds. Think about that. It can drop a tremendous distance in just a few seconds, and they can go underwater. This is something that we didn't realize before, but yes, they can actually go underwater. And they also move without creating an exhaust or breaking the sound barrier. So these are things that we can now document frame by frame looking at these videotapes.
So for yourself, what was the shift? And how did you feel about UFOs, say like 10, 15 years ago?
Well, there is this giggle factor, and it's the third rail, of course, of your scientific reputation, if you believe in these things. But the evidence is accumulating over the last several years. Now, when I was first approached by Carolyn Corey, the producer of this film, A Tear in the Sky, I was skeptical. I said to myself, come on. I mean, 5 days? 5 days you're going to look for flying saucers in the sky? What happens if the aliens are camera shy and they don't show up in 5 days? So I was pleasantly surprised when they actually found something. They actually have photographic evidence of objects that can gyrate just the way the Pentagon has said. And so we now have a sea change. A center of gravity has changed with regards to looking at these objects. We no longer simply look at one individual seeing something in the sky. No, we demand hours of videotape, multiple sightings by multiple modes. That's the gold standard now.
So what do you think is happening? Do you think that this is something that maybe another government from another country has created that far surpasses our abilities, or do you think that this is coming from somewhere else?
Well, the Pentagon has listed, I think, 5 different options. One option, of course, is that they're weather balloons or something that's an artifact of our space program. Maybe a piece of rocket that is plunging back into the Earth's atmosphere. That's one category. Another category is anomalous weather events. They happen, and they have to be looked at very carefully. But the last option is other. That is not just the Russians or the Chinese, because these objects apparently can gyrate faster than what the Chinese and the Russians can muster, but it opened the door to the possibility of other. They didn't specify what other was, but you can fill in the dots yourself. Now, one possibility for other is hypersonic drones. We see that in warfare now. The Russians, in the Battle of Ukraine, is actually using hypersonic drones to hit targets inside Ukraine. To be hypersonic, you have to go faster than Mach 5. Anything faster than 5 times the speed of sound is called hypersonic. And so the Russians are now fielding hypersonic drones in warfare. But you see, this is something just in the last few months. These sightings, they go back decades into the past, with objects executing these gyrations decades ago. And that's why you have to take them seriously.
So the Commander David Fravor event that we talked about off the Nimitz, that was 2004. Do we have an accurate understanding about military capability in terms of like drones and propulsion systems from 2004? Or are there things that are classified that we are not going to have access to? Like, is it possible that, 18 years ago, they had the capability to have a vehicle or a drone move this way, that information has just not been released?
Well, 2 years ago, the United States military admitted that it stopped working on these hypersonic drones. Why? They're unstable. They zigzag. And that's why the Russians have put a premium on this technology to evade our Star Wars program. The Russians wanted a rocket that can maneuver and therefore outwit a stationary Star Wars system designed to shoot down these drones.
Right.
So that's why the Russians have put a priority on this, and they've now fielding it in warfare. We actually see them as a military weapon. 2 years ago, the United States military stopped its program. They're too unstable. They were not reliable, and it was not worth the amount of money to put into it, because the military was invested in the Star Wars program, not the anti-Star Wars program. But because Vladimir Putin announced the hypersonic drones, then the United States military said, oops, nope, we have to get into the game too. So now the United States is also working on hypersonic drones, as well as the Chinese. So the Chinese, the Russians, and the Americans are all working on these things. But you can see how primitive they are. We're talking about objects that defy the known laws of aerodynamics with a technology beyond what we have today. And so that's why people are scratching their heads. Whose are these things if they're not the Chinese, the Russians, or the United States?
So one of the main points of contention is the lack of visible propulsion method, right? There's no, essentially, there's no heat signature. There's nothing that we understand to be present that normally exists when something is going at a tremendous rate of speed.
That's right. Not only that, these objects create no sonic booms. When you exceed the sound barrier, you create a gigantic boom that is then shatters windows and can be heard miles around. These objects can effortlessly break the sound barrier and not create a sonic boom. And they don't create any exhaust. We don't see any exhaust trail from these objects. So either they're an optical illusion of some sort, or they have a set of laws of physics beyond what we can muster. Now, if they are an optical illusion, if an object were to move in front of your eyes, traveling at a very slow velocity, but you don't know how far they are away, you may think that object is very far away from you, traveling at enormous velocities. So a weather balloon drifting in front of your eyes can simulate an object traveling at hypersonic velocities if you think that weather balloon is far away from you. So how do you tell the difference? Well, you look at wind patterns. It turns out that many of these sightings, these objects defy the direction of the wind. If they are weather balloons that you confuse with a flying saucer, then they would be moving with the direction of the wind. But these objects do not do that. These objects can go against the direction of the wind. Not only that, but we have multiple sightings. If an object is very, very far away, if an object is close to you, but you think it's far away, then it's traveling at an enormous velocity, while it's actually just drifting in front of your eyes. How do you tell the difference? By having multiple sensors: radar, infrared sensors, visual sighting. Then you can tell how far this object is away from you, and then you can say that, no, it's an optical illusion. Well, we do that now. We have multiple sightings of these objects. By radar, we know how the velocity, the distance. Each time it comes out to be real. And so that's why we're scratching our heads. Who has this capability? And the answer is, we don't know.
Is there anything that's theoretical that you're aware of that could be applied, like from some other planet or some other galaxy or whatever, that something that maybe we have theorized that could be responsible for the way these things are able to move?
Well, when I talk to my friends who are physicists like myself about these things, they sort of laugh, giggle, their eyes roll up to the heavens, and they say something very simple, that a rocket using conventional means would take 70,000 years to reach us from the nearest star. Therefore, these objects cannot exist. 70,000 years for a Saturn rocket traveling at 25,000 miles per hour to go from a nearest star to the planet Earth. That's why most scientists disregard these sightings, because they defy the laws of Einstein.
But isn't that kind of silly? Isn't that kind of like saying, like, you can't, you know how long it would take you to get a horse from Los Angeles to Sydney, Australia? Isn't that kind of like saying that?
Exactly. And that's why I say that assumes that these aliens or whatever are maybe 100 years more advanced than us. But open your mind to the possibility that they are 1,000 years more advanced than us. 1,000 years is nothing compared to the age of the universe.
Right.
I'm going to have to listen to this whole podcast with Michio Kaku. This is like actually pretty cool.
The universe is about 13 billion plus years old. That's how the age of the universe. And so the age of a civilization, just a few thousand years ahead of us, that is just a blink of an eye to the universe itself. And once you go to higher energies, the laws of physics begin to break down. The laws of Einstein and the laws of the quantum theory break down at something called the Planck energy. Why is that important? That's what I do for a living. I work on something called string theory, which lives at the Planck energy. The Planck energy is 10 to the 19 billion electron volts. That is a quadrillion times more powerful than our most powerful atom smasher outside Geneva, Switzerland. Any civilization that can harness the Planck energy would be able to become masters of space and time. Space and time as we know it become unstable at the Planck energy, which is far beyond anything that we can muster here on the planet Earth. So we physicists theorize, how advanced do you have to be to access the Planck energy? Well, we rank them. The Kardashev scale says that there could be type 1, type 2, or type 3 civilizations. A type 1 civilization is maybe 100 years more advanced than us, to maybe 1,000 years, sort of like Buck Rogers or Flash Gordon. They control the weather. Volcanoes, earthquakes, anything planetary, they control. That's type 1. Then there's type 2. Type 2 is stellar. They harness the power of an entire star, like Star Trek. Star Trek would be a typical type 2 civilization where they manipulate entire stars. Then there's type 3. Type 3 is galactic. They roam the galactic space lanes. They play with black holes, like the Empire of the Star Wars series would be a typical type 3 civilization. Then the next question is, what type do you have to be to harness the Planck energy? The energy at which space and time become unstable, where wormholes may develop, gateways through space and time, portals through empty space. You have to be type 2 or most likely type 3. Then the next question is, how long will it take before you become type 3? Well, we are maybe 100 years away from being type 1. We're maybe a few thousand years from being type 2, and we're maybe 100,000 years from being type 3. And 100,000 years is nothing on a galactic scale. The age of the universe is, as I said, over 13 billion years old. And so once a civilization reaches the Planck energy, that is a type 3 civilization, space and time become your playground.
That shit's wild. I don't know if you heard like any of that, but that shit blows my mind.
No, I have your stream muted so I don't hear you or me talking twice.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah, I've always liked Michio Kaku. Like, he was one of those guys that, like, kind of became, like, the popular scientists, quote unquote, whenever, like, Neil deGrasse Tyson kind of came up on National Geographic. But, like, I feel like he never got to be, like, as popular. But it's super, like, he's got that same, like, vocal, like, tone that's, like, I don't know, it's just really fun to, like, listen to them. It's super, super interesting shit, though. Oh, that's super cool. So because the draw distance is like maxed out, I can actually see inside Sandoria, like, more from the entrance. It's like pretty sweet. I should have went around.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
And that's the problem generally that a lot of people have with the censorship that's on social media, Twitter in particular. You know, one of the weird things that's happening now with Elon Musk buying Twitter, or attempting to buy Twitter, they've done something different. And one of the things they've done different is, I gained, now it's 900,000 followers.
Listen to Joe Rogan, you'll get
month
canceled
or
just
so.
for listening to him.
Yes.
Heh.
I mean, a lot of people really like you, so maybe
Well,
900,000 more people were like, I decided I love Joe
I think
Rogan.
I was in a box. I think I was
Well,
restricted
Megyn
in
Kelly
some
said
way.
the same thing. Did you hear her say that?
She said she gained a lot.
She gained a ton, like 100,000, or I don't remember the number, but
Something's
a
going
lot.
on.
Like it was really noticeable, and so she was like, she's like, I'm pretty sure Twitter was, you know,
Shadow banned.
messing
Yeah.
around with my account.
Yeah, I think so. I think there's something was going on. I mean, I'm just guessing. The other option could be the bots, that I've gained 900,000 bots. But it's like every time I look, it's like another 100,000. It's crazy. It grows faster than anything. And Instagram is the opposite. Instagram seems to have hit the brakes on me, like somewhere around 6 months ago, something happened. It seems like it's slowed down growth a lot. I don't check it too much, so I might be wrong.
That seems like pretty abnormal. Joe Rogan's talking about, like, and I guess Megyn Kelly too. Ever since the Elon Musk thing, they gained like 100,000 like follows or something, like every other, I don't know what he said, like every week or something. I don't know, some shit like that. But seems fucking weird. Sounds like bot behavior to me. All right. Welcome back. You did get it, didn't you? Oh, fuck. However tells me, blah, 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 you went to go kill the Beggar Chief. A lot of adventurers make their way into Gelspa Outpost, but most turn around once they get up to the higher encampment. Well, you've done a great job. As Consul, I'm honored to congratulate you on a mission well done. I'll be sure Sandoria makes you a certified adventurer. Now that that's settled, your next goal is Windurst. It's a wild world out there, so keep your wits about you. Is there anything else I have to do while I'm here? All right. Okay. You said it was South Sandoria, right? That's where I can go to the teleport?
Yeah, by the gate.
Okay.
Her name is, like, Ubayalane or something like that.
The West Gate or the East Gate?
It's Southern Sandoria, the one that you go...
Or, wait a second.
What?
I'm an idiot. Well, no, there's two gates. There's the right side and left side.
Yeah.
I mean, whatever. I'll figure it out. It's not that big of a deal.
It's the right side. If you're, like, left, as soon as you come out, you go to the right.
Okay, gotcha.
I might be, you know, I mean, maybe it's something they've done with their algorithm where they prefer videos over photographs now, which I think they do.
They're trying to go more video, I believe. I read that.
That's where the viral effect really takes place, and I see with my kids with TikTok. You know, I have one daughter who's a heavy TikToker.
Oh yeah.
She's always doing dances.
Never
with her
been on
friends.
TikTok. I don't really understand how it
You're
works.
not 14.
That's true.
But little girls, they get together and they do dances, and they like to memorize dances and sync it to music, and then they're watching all these other people TikToking and doing and it's like TikTok just hits you with video after video after video, and they just get you hooked. You open that app up and it's like you're already like, oh, movement, things are happening, and this is what they're trying to do, I believe, with Instagram.
I think so too, and I read that. I don't get it because I hate watching videos on Instagram, and I hate watching videos on my phone in general. Like if I'm gonna, because I'm an old person, I guess. Like I'm like, if I want to watch a video, I want to look at a big screen. Like I'll watch stuff on my laptop, but I don't like reading stuff. I don't like using my phone. I don't even like texting on my phone, to be honest. Like,
and we don't want it in counter area, and then
but
99
I mean,
below,
I sort of think that Instagram
East Saru Taruba.
messes with me a little bit too. They refuse to verify my account. I've tried like 5 times.
How many followers do you have?
14,000. No, sorry. Is that right?
What's the number that you think? You can go check.
Who cares?
You can
I don't
check.
want to pretend like I don't give a shit, because I do give a shit, but not that big of a shit.
Is there a number that you have to reach before they'll verify you?
Oh, I went up to 14.3K today from 2.
Congratulations.
Thank you. But I just felt like my my posts were getting less traction all of a sudden, and they were no different than what I'd been posting before.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. Like, that could just be coincidental.
Mm-hmm.
But I know some people have definitely been fucked with. And, you know, wasn't there a football player who complained a lot about it, Jamie? And then eventually he got let out of Instagram jail.
Why does he need he's a football player. Like, what does he need an Instagram account? I need an Instagram account because it's how I make a living.
Well, he does too. That's how you get sponsors. When you're a football player, you have to get sponsorships.
You have lots of followers.
Yeah,
okay,
the more
fine. I'm sorry, football player. Like sports.
Well, you think about it. I mean, if you have a large following, like a Tom Brady, I mean, God, how many sponsors does he have?
Oh, okay.
You know, I mean, that's an amazing way to make
like,
income.
You don't need an Instagram account to throw a ball.
You need it for Gatorade and Nike and all the car sponsors and all kinds of different things. When those guys have a large following, that's very valuable, which is really an interesting thing. It's like, what is social media for? I mean, are you using it for as a business, or are you using it to be social? Are you just having fun and, you know, expressing yourself, or are you using it to maximize your brand, air quotes?
I mean, I don't brand. I swear to God I don't. I'm obviously a very authentic person.
I believe it.
I have to use social media for work because I work for myself, so it's the only way I can get what I produce out into the world, and that's how I make an income almost solely through individual donations. Like, so people who send me donations through my website, or they sign up to my Patreon, or they pay for a subscription on Substack, which I haven't put anything behind a paywall, so people can just choose to pay or not. So I just appreciate.
So excited to see what happens over the course of the next couple days, and this is going to be a little bit different than a typical predictions video. This is more of a hope video, and it's really going to focus in on a handful of a couple games. So I'm going to talk about Blue Protocol, and I'm going to talk about Final Fantasy XIV, especially as it relates to Summer Game Fest news and the potential for Xbox to be involved in any of that. But before I dive into that, I want to kind of talk to you guys about a little personal announcement here real quick. This weekend, Julie and I celebrate our 12th anniversary together. And beyond that, I'm also going to be taking the next week off of YouTube to kind of relax, recharge my batteries, and spend it with family. So guys, no pressure to do so, but if you hit like and if you leave a comment wishing us a happy anniversary, that would mean the world to me. And I look forward to having lots of game conversations with you guys on the flip side of that. Now, you might see a video or two from me, depending if I get those finished and get those scheduled out. But regardless, if I don't reply to a comment, if you don't see me on Discord or on Twitter, just note that I haven't disappeared, and I'll be back here within the week. And hopefully you guys will have a good week without me. Maybe there'll be a good break for both of us, and we'll see you guys here on the other side of it. But beyond that, I said I wanted to talk about 2 games. I want to talk about Final Fantasy XIV, and I want to talk about Blue Protocol. And as it relates to Xbox, that might seem a little bit strange. And obviously, I'm not sitting here saying that Xbox is buying Bandai Namco, but when I look at Xbox's product offering and content gap, I tend to think of obviously the Japanese market as somebody who really enjoys JRPGs.
What are you watching
and has
the video
grown
for?
up playing Dragon Quest, Final Fantasy.
It is. It's just the Ginger Prime guy.
Oh wait, I thought it was. I'm looking at it wrong. You had your map open, and I thought you were watching like the tutorial video. I'm like, bro,
no.
shots.
No, I mean, I genuinely like I generally remember this quest line. Like I pretty much remember where to go for the most part. I think. I'm just making sure. I honest to God, because it's been so long since I played. I'm like, and then on top of like the textures, it's like kind of making things look different. So like, it's kind of fucking up like my like remembering of like where things are exactly and where I'm at on the map. You know, it's funny. I actually kind of, there's certain things that like I kind of really don't like about like the work to game people. Like there's certain things that like I just disagree with. But one thing I really appreciate is like, I don't know if you've ever, I don't know if you ever watched any of their content or anything. But this guy, Brian in particular, and I think his partner too, when they do like their work to game stuff, they genuinely like, if you like comment and like kind of do like conversation, they like actually like respond and talk back when it's like, it's actually like pretty nice. We've had like, I've done like smaller conversations with him before, and it's cool to get like someone's like actual perspective, and then they actually like talk about it if they find that there's like any value in that. I don't know, just it's like I feel like nowadays like a lot of people who are like kind of on that social media like kind of dick ride train, I feel like a lot of people are very non-genuine, so it's nice to see genuine people. Where the fuck? I don't remember. I think it's up here. Oh yeah, actually. I passed that one.
I just tend to think in kind of those terms, like what does Xbox need to do? And there's a lot of games that Xbox needs to get. We still don't have Persona on the Xbox in the ecosystem there, and maybe that would be kind of like a mic drop moment. I honestly would be thrilled to see that game come to the Xbox. But I'm going to shift it really kind of the focus of Blue Protocol, because it's been well over a year since we've had any news on that game. Now, it's still developing.
Looks like you're watching
I hope that it's going to be a game that knocks it out of the park. But when it comes to MMORPGs, you never really know. And I started to think about the potential for Xbox, and another company comes into play, and then yet Sony at the same time also could be an interesting kind of party, as they've announced that they're really striving to get 10 games as a service games up and running by 2025. And unless they've been working on those secretly for a long time, there's also the acquisition model, or being able to kind of bring that into their ecosystem model. So note that they're also out there as a part of this conversation. But as we go into Xbox, it would be an interesting thing to have. Now, Xbox has a relationship with Phantasy Star Online 2. I still think that that game needs to come to PlayStation as well. And also with new content updates for NGS, note that I'll be jumping back into Phantasy Star Online probably here in July as we explore it and jump in together over the summer months. So feel free to join us if you're interested in that kind of game. But in terms of Blue Protocol, while I still think the game is a while away, it would be interesting to see if Microsoft starts taking kind of a marketing lead in that aspect. You have an anticipated game, you have something that is that a lot of fans are already just eagerly waiting for news, so it could be a real big mic drop moment. I've also kind of speculated sometimes, like, what is Microsoft going to do within the Japanese ecosystem? Are they going to ever acquire? Can they acquire?
Yeah, it's like 5 in the morning. I think I'm gonna get my ass to the consulate and then just kind of log out there. I'm trying to remember where the consulate is, though. I see the consulate of Juno. I don't know if it's in.
The Bastock is in Windhurst Woods, was not too far from Sandoria.
Is it in Windhurst Woods?
I know it's where Sandoria is at.
Yeah, actually, you are right. Sandoria. Or wait. I thought, never mind. I was looking at Bone Workers. Is it in Port Windhurst?
Might be in Port.
I forgot. Windhurst did this weird thing where they had the consulates in like different spots. I think it is. Yep, sure shit. Huh. Okay.
Know a lot of theories get floated that they can't purchase a Japanese company, which doesn't seem to be like any written law. That just seems to be some kind of just general thought that everybody has when there's precedence that it actually is not the case. But beyond that specific kind of topic, it would be wild to see that, or kind of the mystery company that I kind of wonder, especially as it relates to Blue Protocol, which wouldn't appear on an Xbox stage, would be Amazon. Amazon's got a big relationship right now with RPG site. Why am I blanking on their name? Smilegate. I was like, oh my gosh, like I literally had it on the top of my tongue and then just completely flubbed that one. Anyhow, let's continue. But they already have a relationship with them, and they are the publisher for Blue Protocol in Korea. So that all being said, that is one of the games that I really, from a Hopium perspective, that we actually finally get some information and some news, and it would be such a unique twist and honestly create a lot of buzz if Microsoft was kind of the leading platform. Now, obviously, if it isn't Microsoft, I do wonder if we'll see Amazon over the course of the next week. Lost Ark and New World, obviously very topical. Anytime you talk about New World, you're either going to get one of two reactions. Either you love it or you hate it. And that's going to be something that's going to drive the internet crazy, at least until Amazon decides and really kind of reveals what their future plans are for that game. All right. I've kind of wasted enough time, and that wasn't really the goal on that subject. I'm going to shift to the Final Fantasy XIV topic, namely because of kind of two things. Will we see Final Fantasy XIV on Xbox? And trust me, like when I say I want it on Xbox, I would love to be wrong with what I'm about to say. But when we look at it with all the information that has been publicly given to us by Yoshi P and by Phil Spencer, every publicly made statement sounds like it's going to be. In fact, to catch everybody up to speed, you don't need to know the history from 2013 to now. You just need to know is that Yoshi P and Phil Spencer both want Final Fantasy XIV on Xbox. The question ends up being is that Yoshi P has stated that he doesn't have the physical resources to make that a reality in terms of bringing Final Fantasy XIV to the Xbox. I've heard internally that they actually have it running on the Xbox, being that would actually make sense in order to test that. But you think about the logistics of releasing and having patches ready and having them certified, it ends up becoming a bigger headache than you might imagine. And Yoshi P stated they don't have the resources. I've stated, Phil Spencer, open up your wallet. But there's also this other budding relationship between Square Enix and Sony as they continue to get closer and closer. So that then
say that again?
I think the Windhurst is, I don't know, I've never done it from Bastock's side, but it should be the...
It's in Port, yeah, I found it.
Well, no, the quest, you got to go to Gideus and...
Oh, yeah.
Give him the shield offering and then go farm the Piranha shield.
Go farm the Piranha shield? Oh, yeah. All right, let's
So brings up the theory that Final Fantasy XIV might be being paid to be kept off of Xbox, which in a way that means that that's probably a nice, decent... XIV might be being paid to be kept off, becoming a bigger headache than you might imagine. And Yoshi P stated they don't have the resources. I've stated, Phil Spencer, open up your wallet. But there's also this other budding relationship between Square Enix and Sony as they continue to get closer and closer. So that then also brings up the theory that Final Fantasy XIV might be being paid to be kept off of Xbox, which in a way that means that that's probably a nice, decent paycheck, because you think about the recurring revenue that would come from a subscription. I don't think it's necessarily feasible. I think it's honestly a resource cost that we saw with servers, and then what we saw, obviously, like as he put out the roadmap, that more NA servers are going to be coming online this summer and then later in the spring. And then you obviously have the mid-cycle expansion. We haven't seen them add a platform outside of PS4 and PS5 that didn't happen at the launch of the game itself. And I think that's obviously within reason. I think essentially when you're looking at an expansion, that's a perfect time for them to add in another system. They added the Mac in with an expansion, and that seems to make sense. But I still, part of me, a big hope of me, a big part of my I guess, being would love to see Final Fantasy 14 finally on the Xbox platform. I think that would benefit Final Fantasy 14 players. I think that benefits Square Enix. I think that benefits Xbox players. I think that overall benefits the ecosystem. And then heck, even if Sony is to acquire Square Enix, it'd be great to still have that as additional customers who are paying for your game as a service, who are paying for that game to help fund the game and your bigger global schemes of world domination. I think they're all vying for it, so I'm not necessarily trying to dig at Sony. I'm just legitimately, I think they're all kind of vying for each and every one of those things. Now, as my voice seems to fail me, as we dive in, to the idea, the only thing I would say in terms of like why I don't feel like it's going to be, the year that they announce it, and I hope I'm wrong. I'd be so happy. I'll be so happy if I'm wrong. But it's that typically in the past we've seen these kind of interviews and these kind of questions already leading up to it. I think we've already, and that's kind of where, who knows? Maybe the fact that we haven't seen these questions, etc., ends up being why they'll announce it. But we've seen interviews with Phil Spencer being asked about Final Fantasy 14. We've seen interviews with Yoshi P. We haven't seen or heard anything along those lines this year alone. So, I think essentially like if there was going to be another round of excitement and hype and potential, that obviously builds up to whatever 7.0 is going to be. And I think obviously, as Square Enix has stated that they'll spare no expense, maybe that does mean and bode well for the future of 14. But with 16 on the horizon, and with obviously it seeming like that's PS5 exclusive, at least for a period of time, obviously time will tell. But always have hope, always be excited. That's just the two things I want to talk about today. A little bit random, a little bit hopeful. I might actually do a reaction to the Xbox event. It just depends on how the rest of my weekend goes and what Julie and I's plans are. But beyond that, I appreciate you guys being here. I hopefully you enjoyed the video. Hopefully I'll see you in my next one. But until then, take care.
All right. I'm feeling it. I'm gonna head to bed. It's like 5:20 in the morning.
Yeah.
It's hard to keep up with you fucking different time zone people.
Oh, here in about a week or two, we won't be, unless you get your schedule fixed, I can't stay up this late.
Yeah, I mean, like the big thing is like this is kind of like I said. It's funny. This is how I ended up stop streaming before. Is when I started like working this new job. Every now and then, like my schedule just gets like super crazy, and it'll be crazy for like a while. But then like after that, like once it's really that's like my job's like super chaotic. I'm either really fucking busy or I'm really not busy, and then you'll see me dicking off a lot. And then I'll be having way better game hour sessions. So, but hopefully I'm thinking like within like the next like I don't know, like I'm hoping within like the next 2 weeks it should settle down. It's my hope, but we'll see.
Bro, good night.
All right, brother. I'll catch you later.